boots.
Bummer. Oh, well.
Okay, we're YouTube live. You ready, Cindy? Good morning. I'd like to call to order this Sweetwater County Board of County Commissioners meeting this Tuesday, February 2nd, 2020. And a quorum is present for the commission. I would ask that everyone please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, commissioners, and welcome this morning. Welcome the public. Before we get going on our approving our agenda, I'd like to make an announcement that our condolences go out to one of our employees, our grant manager, Miss Marshall, as we've been informed that there has been a loss of life in her family. Her father has passed away, and commissioners and community listening, our heartfelt prayers go out to her and her family. And at a time when COVID takes place, it so many times will interfere with the opportunity to grieve properly and do the things that we're so used to. So please keep her and her family in your prayers, as well as anybody else that you know out there that is experiencing anything difficult at this time. Thank you. Moving on, our first action is to approve our agenda. Commissioners, I would like to amend our agenda to remove tab S. As you look at it, it's the request of approval of resolution setting pay rates for dual certified officers. That's been removed as there needs to be a little more conversation in that. So there will be an amendment to remove tab S. Plus, I'll cover it in my report more so, but I have some information for commissioners under other, dealing with the budget groups as well as the intergovernmental appointments for our meeting tomorrow night with the 2 cities and 4 towns. And then also under executive session, I'd like to add contracts and pre-decisional, which under pre-decisional deals with confidential stuff that is going on with public lands and the CLG and that. So as long as those things remain confidential, they'll become pre-decisional, but it'll be a regular report to the board on pre-decisional matters. So with that, commissioners, I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda with the amended requests.
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Shanefield. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Moving on to our agenda, we have approval of the minutes. Commissioners, we have 4 sets of minutes. I'd like to go through each one separately rather than approve them all together. So the first one up is the approval of the January 13th, 2021 special meeting minutes, which is the identification of public business between the cities, towns, and county. That meeting took place at the Chamber in Rock Springs. With that, I'd entertain a motion to, or what's your pleasure, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lloyd.
I would so move.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lloyd to approve those minutes. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion, commissioners? No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next up is the approval of the minutes from January 15th, 2021, which is the charitable relief program. And at this time, commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Chairman,
Commissioner Toman.
I move to accept.
We have a motion by Commissioner Toman to accept. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any further discussion, commissioners? I'd like to just comment that the commission did a great job that day and appreciate your work that we did for those charitable communities.
No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Approval of the minutes of January 19th, 2021, which is the regular meeting for the county commissioners. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Shanefield.
I would make a motion that we approve the minutes as presented.
We have a motion to approve the minutes as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion, commissioners? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Commissioners, the meeting on January 19th, 2020 in the afternoon, the budget message, that workshop. Commissioners, what's your pleasure? Commissioner Toman
I move.
signified approval. Is that correct?
Yes, I move to accept.
Thank you, Commissioner Toman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lloyd. Any further discussion? With no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Moving on, acceptance of the bills. I might remind the commissioners, along with our regular bills, there's also the uncollectible taxes of 1996 and 2000 through 2010. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lloyd,
I would move that we accept the bills by doing the approval of the county vouchers, warrants, approval of bonds, approval of abates, rebates, approval of uncollectible taxes 1996 through 2010, and the approval of the hospital expenditures.
we have a motion to approve the acceptance of the bills as listed. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Thank you, commissioners. Next item on our agenda is opening up the floor for county residents' concerns, comments. At this time, the floor is now open. If there's somebody that would like to comment, please come forward, state your name, who you're with, and use the podium, please. Good morning. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Would you state your name, please?
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Madhu Anderson, and I'm from Rock Springs.
Who are you with? Are you,
I'm by myself.
I mean, are you,
My
do you
friend.
work for any organization?
No, I don't work for any organization. I'm just a regular citizen.
Okay, will you pull the mic down so it's just,
Okay, can you hear me better now?
there you go. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for giving me a chance to address you today. As a resident of Sweetwater County, I was really disturbed by finding out there's a contest going on right now, which is scheduled for Saturday, the 6th of February in Rock Springs. It's coyote killing contest. And most people who do not know what coyote killing contest is, the participants, can I pull this down and speak? It's better? Okay. Most people, if they don't know what coyote killing contest is, it is participants in this contest compete for cash and prizes to see who kills the most coyotes in one day. That is happening on the 6th of February, and it is organized by this group called Wyoming Best of the Best, and it is scheduled on this coming Saturday at Buddha Bob's Bar in Rock Springs. I respectfully urge you to help me cancel this barbaric event and to ban these kind of contests in future. There are two main reasons why I think these contests are should be banned from our community. Is the first one is they are cruel and unethical. And the second one, they are unsustainable and ineffective. The first reason I'll explain first why I think they're cruel and unethical is because they promote violence, they glorify violence against animals, and it gives a wrong message to our younger generation that killing is fun. And it even gives a wrong reputation and name to our wildlife agencies and to our hunters because it clearly violates the basic hunting ethics of fair chase. and the respect for life of the animals and their habitat. In this contest, usually people use high-tech devices. One of the devices called calling device they use, which plays sounds of a distressed animal to bring the coyotes closer to the hunters. And this kind of manipulation of animals' natural behavior to bring them to the gun range is not hunting. This kind of practice is looked down upon by most hunters and other non-hunters. Another thing about these contests is these cruel contests can leave a lot of young and dependent animals alone to suffer and die of starvation, or being exposed to extreme weather, or to fall easy prey to the predators. The second reason why I think these contests should be banned, because they are unsustainable and ineffective, is because they create disruption and instability in the social structure of these animals who are killed during these contests. The organizers of these contests often claim that they are helping the community by reducing the predator population, and they are increasing the number of herds of the deer and elk, and keeping our livestock safer. But we do not have any proven scientific data or documented data on this so far. Coyotes actually can help us in biodiversity. They can help us in controlling rodent population. They do help us in maintaining good ecosystem and healthy ecosystem. We should consider the perspective of our hunters and other community members who respect the importance of these native carnivores, the coyotes, to maintain a good, healthy ecosystem in our community. These coyote killing contests are harmful to animals, to the public, and to the environment. They are cruel and dangerous because they do not reflect on fair sportsmanship. Killing coyotes for cash and prizes and dumping their bodies like trash is not acceptable. It's not tradition, and it cannot be justified by any means. So please help me pass the regulations to cancel this upcoming event, which is coming up on Saturday the 6th in Rock Springs at Buddha Bob's Bar. And please help me in passing permanent regulations to ban these kind of future contests. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The floor is still open for any public comment.
Chairman Winley.
Yes,
We did have one public comment come in regards to, says Honorable County Commissioners. It is from Chris Blake.
can you move your speaker? Is it on? Move it close.
Says it's on.
Okay, you might just need to move it closer to your mouth. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can, yes, thank you.
Okay, we had one email come in from Chris Blake. Says Honorable County Commissioners, I noticed in your packet you included check images for the Jamestown Fire District's checking account. It has the complete checking account and routing numbers. Do you think that this is an appropriate item to place in your public packet? Wow, unbelievable. I wouldn't think something like that would be a public document. Kind regards, Chris Blake.
Thank you.
We also had another one come in on the public comments. However, it is a public records request, so I will answer that as a public records request
Okay, thank you.
from my office.
Floor is still open. Public comment. We'll give it a minute or two in case someone's typing an email. Nothing else? This time, I'll close the floor for public comment. Our next item on our agenda is commissioner comments and reports. First up, myself. First thing I'd like to remind the commissioners is that either at the next meeting on February 16th or the March 2nd meeting, our treasurer will be with us to present so that we can set a reserve limit in our budget. So he'll present, so be prepared for that discussion, please. Then also, I'd like to hand out these. What it is basically it's a list of the funding agencies that I'll hand out now, but during other, as per our last commissioners meeting, we talked about that this meeting we would, as commissioner, decide which groups we wanted to work with, and that's a complete list of groups of who we fund and that type of thing, plus a little more information than we need, but that'll at least help us out. The second handout that's coming to you is the tomorrow night for our, I'll just reference it as the Sweetwater County Intergovernmental Joint Leadership Group, which is the county, 2 cities and towns. And if I just throw that in now as a draft thought for the organization name, we have several committees that we set up, but we have several more to set up tomorrow night. I'm going to pass out the lists right now, and during other, I'll ask commissioners where they would like to seat as the, at the main meeting the first time I referenced as leads, and I think the interpretation was that we as commissioners would lead every committee. I will change my terminology as that you'll be contact persons or liaisons to that committee. And then I'll ask tomorrow night of the group in its entirety that the committees select a person who will lead those committees and start reporting out at the next meeting that we schedule tomorrow night. But be looking at those and we'll go through those during other and look for some appointments and that type of thing at the end of our meeting. The other thing we have coming up in July, we have some board appointments that we'll have to make and that type of thing. And as I look through the list and see who, what may be coming up for organizations, I think there's some of those organizations that if we would look ahead and do an appointment 2 to 3 months ahead of time so that the appointment could work on that board and become more familiar of how that board operates and kind of be like in training, but not to take over official duties until July 1st. I would like the board's consideration, and we need to look at that list because I can think of a couple of boards that there'd be some great appreciation if a July 1st appointee could start working with that board and possibly the board member that's leaving so that they can become more familiar and begin working as soon as July 1st starts. I apologize. I have all my notes on my phone. The other thing, commissioners, as we recall in our former chamber, over on that wall, there were all the pictures of the commissioners, past and future past would be put there. Now we have a bigger wall, but also it's an opportunity, you know, to relocate those pictures if we want to, i.e. make them more for the public to see. This room, of course, gets used for the meetings, gets used for weed and pest, I believe, as well, and a few other opportunities. And those pictures are not properly, in my opinion, observed by the public of past commissioners. I mean, it's appropriate. They're in a chamber. And I guess now, since we have a new chamber room, remodeled room, it would become up to us to decide, hey, do we want those pictures in the chamber as they have been, or start locating them in a location where they're more visible to the public? So I would ask that you think about that, and I'll put it on my notes again for our next meeting for us to decide and direct facilities regarding those pictures.
Chairman Wendling,
Yes,
I
Commissioner.
don't think we have to think about hanging the pictures. I would just say do it.
If you're ready to make a decision, I'm in favor of that,
Yeah.
but if you wanted some time to look, that too, I don't want to hurry you. So if you're,
I'm
think-
just one commissioner. So my opinion is, let's hang them up.
what, Commissioner Lloyd, your thoughts?
I'm fairly open to wherever we put them. I know Gene and I had a conversation about the hallway as a possibility. And I think wherever we can get those up would be in a place that more public people can see them would be appropriate.
Okay, is that what you're thinking, Commissioner Toman?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Shanefield?
Yeah, I agree. I think anywhere that we can put them collectively, we may have to move other items, but in public would be the best.
Very good, Commissioner Smith.
Same sentiment.
Very good. I think we're all in agreement. So what I'd like to do is, I believe our facilities contact would be Jeff and Roy. If
Yes.
you would please visit with Mr. Legursky and say more public. And if commissioners are in agreement, we'll let those two commissioners and Mr. Legursky get those more publicly displayed. Okay?
Can do.
All right, thank you. With that, let me see, I think, one other thing, and later this morning, Mr. Bornasian, Fire Warden Bornasian will be in to talk with us, but I do want to mention that one of the projects the warden works with the other fire departments is the mounting and putting of fire alarms in people's homes that can't afford it. And even so far as if they happen to be in a home where somebody is hearing impaired, they even have technology to where it vibrates the bed if an alarm goes off, smoke is detected. So I may ask him to talk a little bit more about that, but I think it's very important that people know that he and the fire chiefs in the county are working on that program, and I believe it's through the Red Cross, if I'm not mistaken. With that, it's time for Sally to get the invites out for our liaison work and stuff. And I haven't heard from anybody, so I'm going to presume everybody is okay with Sally sending out their invites to their liaison work and that type of thing. And so I'll instruct her to do that here in the next day or so. All right, thank you, Sally. With that, that concludes my report. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Up next, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Short and sweet today, ambulance, we continue to work on that. We have a committee that is formed with the other entities around the county. And so Councilman Tim Robinson and I have met, and we're glad also that Green River has put forth some names as well to help us out. So glad to have some company on the ambulance committee, and we will continue to work towards a resolution there. We are doing our very best to find some common ground and some happiness. Also, I had my first Sweetwater County Board of Health meeting, and that was great. They run a tight ship and keep it short and to get right to the point. So it was great. All the talk, as you would expect, was almost all about COVID and what's going on. And so there continues to be more demand than there is vaccine currently. And they're doing the best they can. So every time they get something in, it goes right back out. And so far, not a single dose of vaccine has been wasted. And so they continue to do their great work there, and I greatly appreciate them. Southwest Counseling, a new assignment for me as well. Have not met with them yet, so I'll look for an invitation and see when they meet, and we'll have a good time together. And the hospital board, we have meeting tomorrow, so look forward to that board meeting as well. And that is all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioners. Any questions for Commissioner Smith? Just a addition for you. I apologize. I didn't write the name down of the councilman from Granger that came to our meeting last time, Sally. I apologize, but we got to find that name because he's also going to be on the ambulance.
Granger?
Yeah, from Granger. Sally will get his name and hopefully we'll have it for tomorrow night.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks. Up next, Commissioner Shanefield. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first off, SEDC, Eric and Kayla are having a meeting this week with Thomas P. Miller and Associates to discuss the final draft of Phase 1, 2, and 3. Thomas P. Miller is also going to be discussing the business attraction element of Phase 4, and they would like to get that ramped up for SEDC next week. The February Sweetwater Virtual Business Lounge will be February 9th at 9 a.m. And the topic this time is going to be work-life balance for these tough times. And that's with Amanda Monk and Kara Beach. Registration for that can be done through the SEDC Facebook page. The next SEDC radio visit with Johnny K will be February 18th. And will be the Sweetwater Virtual Business Lounge group, the same as I just mentioned, Kara Beach and Amanda Monk and Kayla. And Jennifer Allen, sorry, from WWCC. Kayla has been working on a small business entrepreneur consultant on developing some programming for disaster relief for small businesses. And the SEDC Advisory Board is going to be hearing those details on the opportunity for Sweetwater County to be maybe the first of that program this week. So that's very exciting for our community. The museum, I spoke with Dave yesterday, and they have gotten the Eden Valley Community Center display up. It looks very good, and they're very pleased with it. Store sales were up fairly significantly in December, which to me is a good indication that our community was shopping locally and going out and purchasing here in our community, which is a good thing. Another thing is their educator, Aiden, has been working very diligently with online education. And actually yesterday was his first day doing some education at Green River High School. So that's very exciting. He's able to get into the classrooms and start sharing in person instead of just virtually. And they are also very excited about the new shelving that they received after the sale of the new building and would like to thank Gene and his team. And Dave is also going to be on the radio with Tom Ellis, and that's going to be airing on February 14th. I believe it's at 7 in the morning. So with the events complex, I wasn't able to make it to their meeting last week due to another conflict that I already had scheduled. But I will be touching base with them in the next couple of weeks, and we'll be having updates from their organization for our next meeting. And then we have a lot going on with legislative session right now, and the
Thank you.
WCCA has done a really good job of keeping us as commissioners informed and engaged. So I just want to urge all of our community members who are following and would like to give input to reach out to us, to reach out to our local legislators. Session is unlike any other session that we've had, and so I think it's really important that we have everybody's input. And that is all I have.
Thank you. Good report. And I'd just like to echo on the legislative part of it is there a number of bills are coming through, and many of those bills are tied to finance, whether it's state level or county, towns, and cities. And it's important that people follow those, and as they see what's happening and as the state attempts to lower their funding for cities, towns, and counties, it's important to let our legislators know what our feelings are about it. In some cases, let them know, remind them that they're elected by us to represent us. And I understand their allegiance at the state level and what their responsibilities are, but I still think it's important that our legislators understand that they're elected by us, and they should represent us first and foremost. So it's important to follow that and be aware of if that's happening or not. And I'll let you as a community look into that on your own. But significant things are going to be happening with funding, and primarily from that standpoint, it's all reductions. And in order for us as Sweetwater County, towns and counties, or cities, it's going to be very important that we come together and begin to figure out how we can operate more efficiently and effectively. And that's the primary reason of the intergovernmental joint meetings that we're having presently now as groups to begin looking at how we can do things that are better for the people of this county. But ultimately, as I listened to the Senate last week, the Senate has a real strong feeling that they do need to reduce budget. We get that. I am not going to argue with any point of that. What I am going to say is if they're successful in doing that to our cities, towns, and counties, what they're basically saying is if we as people believe services are important to our county, as well as roads, bridges, or even to our cities, streets, sidewalks, whatever it is, infrastructure, whatever, the Senate's basically looking, or the legislators are looking at us and saying, hey, if it's important to you, what are you willing to pay for it? Honestly, the sense that I get, and I heard last week in the Senate, was that there's a full expectation and belief that cities, towns, and counties need to maximize what their responsibilities are, whether it's through the general purpose tax, which is a fifth penny, as well as a sixth penny, as well as the economical development tax, as well as the municipal tax now. So there's a real effort that the state is going to do less, but expects us to go to our people and say, if it's important, we have to pay for it. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us. There's a lot of stuff that's coming down with the revenue aspect, and you hear it over and over. It's not a magical wand for this year. Last time I looked, the only level of government that prints money is the feds. We don't do it at the state level or the county level. We do talk quite literally about the state using up their rainy day accounts, but they have several of them. Most of them are dictated by statute as to how they can be drawn down. It just can't be done. The only account that the governor has the right to work out of, as well as the legislature, is the LISRA. And we also know that out of the LISRA, it is declining severely. It funds distribution money to cities, towns, and counties, as well as schools. And the one thing I heard on Friday is when the LISRA account reaches a certain level, then there are appointed, elected people that can step in and direct severe and deep cuts to different governmental entities. So with that being said, we as a county right now need to have the acceptance that money coming from the state, revenues coming from sales tax, revenues coming through other means are decreasing. We already see it through our assessments, whether it's minerals or property, to the tune of what our budget session showed us last meeting of just under 5 million, plus where else it's going to go. So I'm just here. I thank Commissioner Shanefield for bringing it up. I'm sorry to take more time of my next two fellow commissioners of their reports, but it was a good segue into we've got to watch this carefully. We've got to make sure that our legislators are representing us in Sweetwater County. We're the ones that elected them, not Teton County, not Cheyenne County, or Laramie County, or other counties. We need to hopefully hold them to what we as Sweetwater County people that elected them as to what we want from them. So they're working hard. They have a tough job ahead of them. They've got to make some tough calls. I get that. But we need them to do for what we elected them to do, and that's represent us. And then we need to prepare for the next steps as the state begins to reduce revenue to us. How is it we're going to meet these services for the people of Sweetwater County and continue the quality of life that we have in this county through the infrastructure and other means? So with that, Commissioners, Commissioner Shanefield, thanks for the lead in. Any other commissioner that would like to comment, they can comment through the report or comment at the end. Thank you. Up next, Commissioner Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. I'll just kind of jump ahead in my notes to talk about the legislative session a little farther down in my notes, but I'll just start with a segue. And I do want to thank the Wyoming County Commissioner Association staff for keeping us well up to date and informed of what's going on legislatively. And for our constituents that are really concerned, check out the LegiWeb website through the state of Wyoming. It gives an update of everybody, all representative and senators' email addresses, phone numbers to contact, and what's on tap for that day. So it's a great way for the public to stay informed with the legislature. And it is an interesting year with it being a virtual session now through for a few more days, and then they'll break and hopefully have a live session here soon. But this is an integral session that we're going into because of the fact of our economic changes, dealing with COVID. There are so many issues. And so this is a huge and could be monumental year at the legislative level and the decisions they're making. So I would really encourage people to stay knowledgeable to the situation and share your concerns as you go through, because I think sometimes people feel like, hey, if we come and present at the commission or if we send an email or something, that are not really listened to. But I want to let you know they really are listened to, because I think everyone thinks we get hundreds of calls a week and all kinds of things regarding concerns, and we really don't. And so when we do hear people that take their time out of their day, whether we agree with their concept or not, we are here to represent them. And so it's really important that we speak out and share our concepts and our thoughts in a positive manner, because there are a lot of ways now to share those thoughts in other manners that aren't positive, i.e. social media and just kind of going off. But I do appreciate when folks bring that information to us. As far as liaison stuff, we are kind of in a point of transition with our liaison assignments, but library board will meet next week. But Jason and I had a conversation yesterday, it meets in 2 weeks, just to have an update, and things seem to be going well. Kind of excited. They are looking at opening the Children's Discovery Center in the Rock Springs Library a little sooner than planned, because it sounds like it is completely done, and they are putting together a COVID plan to share to the board in this upcoming meeting of how to control those concerns. But want to give the library staff, and there's tons of community partners that have made this Discovery Center happen. And I got a tour of it about 4 months ago. It's going to be awesome, and what it's going to be able to do for activities for the youth of our community. Also, they're doing a really cool program, what I call Dial-A-Phone, and I'm going to be scheduled here soon to read a book. But one of my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Smith, is actually one of the featured readers right now on Dial-A-Story. And basically, as the library gets creative and how to create activities for people in the community that can't come into the public, they have a really cool thing. They used to have story time. You can actually dial a number and listen to a local public person read a story. And Commissioner Smith has done that, and Jason wanted me to give him kudos, and I don't like to give Commissioner Smith kudos, but I'm going to today. And
Thank you there, Mr. I appreciate that. If you'd like to hear me read, I Need a New Butt. Mine has a crack in it. That is the story.
That's really what you read.
That's I Need a New Butt. Mine has a crack in it. It's a kid's book. It's awesome.
I take the kudos away.
Come on now. 2 others coming as well. It's awesome.
But
Great program.
no, it is really cool. And I just think it shows how innovative the library has been during this time of change, and how we all need to look at things differently from what we've learned from the last 9 months. Starbus, I met with their board meets next week, but Mary had asked if we could meet yesterday. And actually I was just, and so I went and met with Mary, and they are back running. They did have to take about a 5-day, 1-week hiatus from running due to COVID quarantines, but they are back up and running, and they're continuing to look at some bus route changes. So kudos to their staff. Haven't had a chance to meet with Joint Telecommunications or Conservation Board, but I look forward to doing that this month.
Oh, yes, I'll be watching you on that one.
Yeah. I'll have Commissioner Smith read that story there at the next meeting. But
Can
they,
do.
just a couple other things. Strategic planning, we will have a meeting after, our plan was to have a workshop after the second meeting in February. So Sally, if we could put that, we will do that. And what I'd like to do is it's really hard when we say, and this has been a fault of mine, an hour after the meeting. We'll just say an hour and a half after we're scheduled for the meeting. We'll say that if we're scheduled to end at like 12 that day, we'll say strategic planning will start at 1:30 and just give a cut rate answer. And if we have to cut executive quicker, then we may have to, or if possible, in those things. But we will have our next strategic planning, and I have been in charge with some of our communication with some of our chairs on those committees, and I really feel like we're moving forward in that process well. So I want to thank everyone involved in that process. I met with Gene Lugerski in Public Works yesterday. A lot of the things we talked about, he will be sharing in the meeting today. And I will be, as Commissioner Smith and I will be getting with him on the pictures. Also was able to meet with Gary McLean and get some updates from him last week. Probably one of the most exciting things I think for the county is the Bamboo software, our personnel software, which will allow our personnel files to be electronic now, and will have access based upon administrative levels. So that may, if a department director or an elected official will be able to have access to their employees' files through electronic and be able to keep those more up to date. So I think that's a great system we're moving to with Gary and his staff. Grants, Christina has had, I want to echo what Commissioner Wendling said, and provide condolences to Christina with the loss of a family member. Been quite a crazy time for her. She'll be presenting today. Been under quarantine and dealing with family stuff, but she's excited. She will present to us. We do have a second round of CARES Act grant funding coming up, and we also are starting to get some reimbursements on the first CARES Act money. So some positive things happening in the grant world. And I will tell you, Christina has done a marvelous job, and I'm not just saying that as her co-liaison. She's done that for a long time, and really finding ways to help organizations, not just with directly in the county, but component agencies and other agencies find some funding during this difficult time. So huge kudos to Christina. And then I guess I met with the events complex, who for what could have been the last time as the unofficial liaison, I did give in a discussion that started before I moved off that liaison appointment, and I did contact Ms. Shanefield, Commissioner Shanefield, about it. But the events complex, Gary McLean from HR and Gene Lugerski and I met with Candy and Larry, and just something for the commission. An idea was provide a conversation happened somehow a little while ago between Gary McLean and Candy, and they were talking about the difficulty in bringing in events. And then the discussion went to, well, we have all these public parks that are wide county parks that really don't have a lot of use. And that they have a lot of use, but they don't get a lot of use, is the better way to put it. Is there a way, and Gina's group does a great job in maintaining and upkeeping those properties, but we're not really in the event planning thought. So the thought was, could we look at some partnerships where maybe if we look, and the first thought was the Trap Club, could we see if maybe the events complex to help bring in some income for their organization, because they've been hit hard with the pandemic and not being able to have events, was to have maybe have the event center group maybe start looking at planning events and through the parks. And so if it's okay with Commissioner Wendling, I'd like to see if we could get Candy and Larry and Gary and Gene to maybe present at the next meeting to talk about the advantages of that opportunity. And I think it's a great opportunity to get more exposure to our parks, but assist in maybe providing some additional funding through the expertise of the events complex. So I got a shake of head from Doc.
Yeah, I would just request to make sure they fill out the agenda request and everything with Sally.
Okay, I will have them do that. So, and then a few other things. Sorry, it's long, but in this transition, I've met with multiple groups. Also talked to Treasurer Slaughter about the budget, Assessor Davis. Had a great conversation about YWCA and what they provide with their funding with Melinda Boz and Sheriff Grossnickel. So that's my report. In the last just little segue would be economically, it was some of the orders passed down by the president in the last couple weeks could have some huge significant impact. And you've already seen Governor Gordon react to that. And I really support Governor Gordon's quick reactions to that. And I do understand that fossil fuels, as much as I don't want to see them become less important in the value of things, they are going to be. But I do believe we need to start embracing some diversity. But with that being said, I do still see there is large value in minerals and in our fossil fuels, and they play an important part, not just to our economy in Wyoming, but to the ability to provide power and resources to to the entire country. And so I think while we continue to look at diversifying our economy and looking at new ways to bring in money, because I think that's important, I do think we need to continue to support and fight for those situations and our our providers using natural fossil fuels. So that's my report. If there's any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Commissioner Lloyd. Any questions for Commissioner Lloyd? Okay, up next is Commissioner Toman.
Well, I can reinforce what some of the things that Commissioner Lloyd has said. Can you hear me? Well, for the past month, I've just been trying to learn everything I can about the county, visiting with people, visiting with departments, and that has been very exciting and very enlightening. So a major focus for me has been on looking at issues, and I see three of them that are really going to have profound effects on our county and our economy. What happens with the Wyoming State Legislature, three bills that people can watch are the ad valorem tax and how that mineral money comes to our counties, supporting that. Another one is local disbursements. And it's hard when you look at the bills on the legislative website. It's like looking at Greek until you kind of get into it and talk to people. It doesn't really make sense. But local disbursements is another pot of money that comes to our cities and counties. And the state legislature is proposing to cut that by 20%, as Doc mentioned already. So that's another one you can kind of focus in on and oppose the cuts. The third one that I acted as a kind of a liaison, I contacted Senator Kolb, Senator Hicks regarding airport districts, and our airport manager, Brubaker, was able to have a long conversation with Senator Kolb, and as a result, they were able to add a lot of modifications to that airport districting bill. So I thought that was helpful as another opportunity that in the future may help our county. I'm not sure where that one will go, but so that's on the state scene. On the federal scene, I've been listening to Zoom meetings with our national association, our state association. President Biden has come out with American Rescue and Recovery Program. It will provide match for FEMA funding. It will provide a work program similar to in the past, we've had several work programs, and I can't remember the acronym, but it's a 3C program where they would put people to work to help with local infrastructure type projects. He's proposing to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. So there may be some good things in there, but the scariest thing of all that he did are the executive orders. He came out with the executive order to put a hold on all of our decisions made by the Department of Interior. And it's going to have profound effects. I just can't even say. We're already looking at a decrease in revenue for minerals from 68% of our budget to 48% of our budget. If he puts a hold on all mineral activity, which comes through the Department of Interior, what's going to happen? Are we going to have a budget by next year? And I know they're reviewing it. A lot of these things will be released, but the thing that's going to hurt us the most is our Rock Springs Bureau of Land Management. That resource plan was about to be signed into decision with provisions for energy development, responsible energy development with mitigation. And I'm afraid that all of those are going to be rolled back. And if it is, it's going to really affect our income. And I think Governor Gordon, as Commissioner Lloyd said, he issues the executive order directing state agencies to determine the impacts of federal oil and gas lease ban. So, I mean, we have got to be proactive. We've got to get in there and defend what is right for our state. And that is the scariest thing that I can see on the horizon. So without going into that anymore, I'll just go on to the third thing that I think is really going to have a profound effect on this county is what happens with Rocky Mountain Power, the Wyoming Public Service Commission. So I've spent hours listening to those hearings, and they're proposing rate hikes. And the last Zoom meeting, they had 3 hours on their concerns with being able to be a reliable demand, meet the demand, to be a reliable source of power. But the fact of the matter is, if you take the coal-fired power plants out of the equation, you are not going to have reliable power. And I don't think that's an opinion. I think that's a fact. So we are fighting valiantly to provide input, as Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Conley from Kimmer. They gave a 16-page report just with the data from Sweetwater County. What will happen when that coal-fired power plant goes down, as far as what is that going to do to our economy and our way of life. So to help counter that, I helped form a coalition of local governments, as I've mentioned before, 16, 17 years ago. And I think it's important that we stay plugged into that, because we have a legal team that can help us respond to those concerns with President Biden and with the coal-fired power plant, with rate hikes, all of that. But our budget, we're going to have to take heavy cuts this year, or we will have no budget next year. I can't stress strongly enough. We've all got to step up and take some really hard hits. We can deplete our reserve account, but then what? So we need to ease ourselves into it by being able to use our reserve account to help us ease into these cuts. But if we're looking at 30% cuts this year, what is going to happen if we lose all of our mineral activity? And it's not just oil and gas, it's everything that would be affected as far as the minerals. I did participate at the end of the meeting on the Pacific Atlantic Trona EIS. We'll talk about that in pre-decisional. So there is some hope on the horizon. It seems that Trona Industries are optimistic and wanting to stay engaged, and maybe things will look upwards in that area. I did meet with Aiden Brady from the museum. He wanted to visit with me about potential centennial ranches and a celebration in August honoring those. I met with Fire Warden Mike Bernasian. We talked about different districting options, and he had some great ideas. So I'm hopeful that in the joint county government meetings that maybe we can find some answers. But we have to be proactive. We have to be able to put answers on the ground that will make a difference. We can't just sit around and sing kumbaya and hope that things are going to get better. They're not. We've got to make some hard hitting things that are priorities and options that will make a difference. And last but not least, I had a tour of the detention center with Sheriff Grossnickel and Deputy Love, and that was very exciting. I mean, I kind of like those sci-fi movies and those crime scene movies, but we have state of the art that is way above and beyond what any of those movies can provide. And I was so proud of what we have out there. And we're going into this, well, coming out of the pandemic and then moving into economic crisis, but we are, as a county, we are standing in a strong position. We have great facilities, we have great leaders, we have great staff. And so for that, besides all my doom and gloom, we have some great things going. And for that, I'm thankful.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, any comments or questions? I have a couple, please, Commissioner. First of all, when you talk about detention center, did you get to visit the unpainted Green Mile, I call it?
I'm not sure what that is.
The underground,
Oh, yes.
an
Oh, yeah.
underground walk from detention.
Yes, I saw the whole thing. I saw all of our
I-
equipment.
Trying my very best without an executive order to get that walkway painted green. That's
I kind of
terrible.
like the combination of colors on the inmates' uniforms. That was very interesting.
No, we state-of-the-art detention center, and I think the one thing we can be really proud of from the previous commission as well as from the architect and working with the sheriff is they planned that for the future of where if we ever need another pod, it's all linked up and ready to go. So, and I think for the most part, our deputies and sheriff are very pleased with what they have to work with as well as our attorneys. Backing up to a couple other things, when we know the executive orders came down and that type of thing from the federal end of it. We do know that our Senator Loomis, I believe, Senator, yes, has submitted a bill supported by our other Wyoming congressional representatives in counter of that. So we can only hope that a number of others come forward to at the federal level. So they're very well attuned. I think they're doing a great job representing Wyoming in that arena. And they're in conversation with the Commissioner Association every week. For you as commissioners, on this Friday at 12:15 is a review of legislative actions, plus it's a executive board meeting. I don't know if I sent you the invite. if I didn't, okay, if I didn't, I've got to work with our tech and figure out how I can forward those. But I plan on for all of those meetings on Friday that our executive board commissioners or any future executive board meetings, I plan to come here to the courthouse so that other commissioners can be part of that don't have the invite, but I'll watch very carefully and try and figure out how to get the invite to each of you. Because even if it's an executive board meeting, I truly feel that you as commissioners, if you have the time and want to, you should be a part of that. All righty, so you know what's going on. Going back to direct distribution that Commissioner Toman talked about, as of this morning, yesterday, the Senate passed that bill forward with that high recommended cut, but I see it's been amended this morning to go back to about a 5% into the House. We still, as a Commissioner Association, oppose that. We feel it needs to be in whole. I know the legislature is trying real hard not to endorse any new taxes, which I know a number of candidates signed at the state level. I get that, and I respect their feelings and how they want to do that. They were elected on that base, but I do not believe they were elected on the basis to support cutting dollars to their counties and that. So make sure we get on that. So I appreciate commissioners staying involved there. I appreciate all the reports, and I thank each of you for a great report. With that, it's time to move into our action items. I think we'll move into a few of them and then we'll take a break. Are you okay at that, commissioners? Is anybody? Okay, so with that, our first action and presentation item is under tab C, which is approval of the audit report. And I believe Ms. Berry is with us. Good morning, Bonnie.
Good morning.
And I believe you have Miss Amber with you as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning, Amber. How are you?
Good. Thank
Good.
you.
Okay. Miss Berry, I'll turn the floor over to you, please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. This morning we are just here for your approval of the audit report. As you recall, we met with you, Amber and I did, in December when we usually get approval of the audit report. And the auditors were waiting on some guidance for the CARES Act funding. So they did not issue a final report at that time. So you as a commission did not approve the audit report at that time. So today we are just here for that approval and to fill any questions that you have. And Amber, if you have anything to add, you're welcome to do so.
Thank you, Bonnie. Amber?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Wendling. Yeah, I think the only comments that I would add would just be to reiterate what Bonnie said. We were waiting for the compliance supplement addendum relating to COVID and the CARES Act to be issued by the federal government before we were comfortable issuing our audit report. That addendum was eventually issued. I believe it was in early January. And the addendum resulted in no additional procedures needing to be taken by us, which is good. So there was no additional changes to the audit report that we presented in December as a result of that. And then the other item that we were wrapping up in December was the testing of the CSBG federal grant, which was an additional major federal program we had to audit as a result of one of the findings regarding having some missing dollars from the federal expenditures. And we did wrap up those procedures very cleanly, and no additional changes were made to the report as a result of those procedures as well. So in a nutshell, it is pretty much the same report that Bonnie and I presented to you in December. We were just able to receive the final guidance and perform our procedures as required. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know you new commissioners compared to when we presented in December, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the report before you approve.
Thank you very much. Ms. Noose, I know that at that time, since that time, we have a new commissioner with us. It's Ms. Tolman. So I would definitely like to take a moment and specifically ask her if she has any questions, because I think, I believe in the December meeting, most of any questions that were asked were answered, but I'll start with Ms. Tolman specifically because she wasn't there, Commissioner Tolman, and then open the floor up to other commissioners. Thank you. Do you have any questions, Commissioner
I
Tolman?
did review the report. I don't see any issues, and it's done by a certified accountant. So, you know, I believe they've done a thorough job.
Very good. I appreciate that. I just wanted to give you an opportunity because you didn't have it
Yes.
prior. So
Thank you.
I'll open up the floor to the other commissioners. Any questions for either Ms. Noose or for Bonnie regarding our audit? Thank you. I'm kind of looking down the table. Commissioner Lloyd, you okay with it? Okay. With that, commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Shanefield.
I would like to make a motion to approve the audit report as presented.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Shanefield to approve the audit report as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you, Amber, for the work both of you have done on it. Especially thank you for joining us today. Be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
too. Take care.
Moving on, our next agenda item is tab D, and we'll have a number of Corona relief grants to ratify. And with us to go through those is our grants manager, Ms. Marshall. Ms. Marshall, are you out? There you are. Good morning, Christina.
Good morning, commissioners. It's nice to see you. And I appreciate all your kind words regarding my father. So,
thank you.
But the best cure is to stay busy. So let's not delay these 11 grant agreements. I will be going through all 11 for the coronavirus relief awards the county received. Also, there will be an agenda item following for a grant that the fire warden received. So I'm not going to repeat every single write-up, but I would like to summarize these coronavirus relief awards. So Sweetwater County actually received 13 separate awards. Today, again, we're just reviewing 11. That is because 2 of them were previously awarded, and then all of a sudden, because of time delays, we had them signed outside of commissioners' meetings. This process is used when time is of the essence. The State Loan and Investment Board approved these awards, and in a few cases, actually in December, we maybe had 4 days to sign the agreement, submit them, and then submit our reimbursement requests. So these awards are all part of the state of Wyoming's $1.25 billion award. This part of the pie is the amounts that went to local governments. Sweetwater County was actually allocated $6,015,020 for this pot of money. Unfortunately, we could not find $6 million worth of allowable expenses. I believe the total that we submitted is closer to 2 million. And that is why we should be requesting the legislature with the extension that was approved in December to reallocate it back to Sweetwater County. So please keep that in your mind. Another item I'd like to point out is the purpose of this funding is to assist with expenses related to the COVID-19 public health emergency and crisis. It is, and to be very clear, it's not discretionary money. It is for necessary expenses due to this public health emergency. The federal government actually defines that as actions that were taken or needed to be taken to respond to it. And so keep that in mind as we discuss the project. Some of them are more creative than what you would think is cookie cutter. The charitable relief funding that you discussed earlier, that is part of the state's $1.25 billion as well. Again, those expenses fall under the same umbrella. They are for necessary expenses or actions that had to be taken. Anytime throughout all this, I'd encourage you to ask me any questions. But again, these are all to be ratified, the next 11 items. So there is no original document for you to sign. We just need to comply with OMB requirements for grant administration. So with that, I will begin with our first contract, if you don't mind. So
Please move forward.
Okay, so this first one is for the Sweetwater County Events Complex. It received an award of $19,694. Their project was to purchase technical equipment such as smart screens, cameras, and projectors. What's interesting about this grant agreement is it was part of another application you're going to hear about. It was tabled after one of those 15-hour meetings and then approved at a subsequent meeting. And so just so you know, the events complex was awarded a total of $87,921, but this portion is on its own agreement. I have spoken a lot with Candy Pendleton from the events complex. They are actually using all this, and you may be aware that there was a drive-through vaccine implementation coordinated with the hospital. So this has actually been implemented and being used and is a very worthwhile project. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, or I would entertain or request a motion if the chairman would like to.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Marshall regarding this grant? Commissioner Tolman?
If there are no other questions, I would move to accept.
Okay, with no further questions, we have a motion to move to accept the ratification. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just a point of clarification. On a situation like this where we have 11 grants that are very similar in nature, this may be a question that ends up with Attorney DeLeon. Would there be a way to do like a mass approval of those, just because of a kind of consent agenda based upon the number and the fact they're all similar in nature?
Okay, let's finish this one.
Okay.
And then let's ask that question at the conclusion of if we're going to approve it. So we have a motion and a second. We have a question to follow up after. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. This grant is ratified. Now we'll move the floor to the county deputy attorney, Mr. De Leon. The question is with the remaining, because there's so many, is there a possibility to do a consent? But before we go there, Mr. De Leon, we might want to ask Christina if she knows if there's any regulations that prevents us from doing that based on our experience of working with these grants or past grants. Ms. Marshall, did you hear the question?
Mr. Chairman, I did, and I think generally speaking, consent agendas are allowable. And I probably would have done that, except for I thought you would want to know a little bit about each project. And so that is why they were listed individually as individual agreements. But if you want to move to ratify, and I want to be clear, I have a motion listed to ratify. I'm fine with that if you want to do that with the 10 agreements. I was going to point out which ones have already been reimbursed this last week. And so we're busily creating projects and moving expenditures, but it's at your discretion.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. De Leon, do you agree with?
Mr. Chairman, as you know, there is a desire through Robert's rules to individualize motions, but as with the abates, rebates, bonds, you can group things in certain scenarios where there aren't individual distinctions. So I think, as Christina has identified, you could have these grouped together.
Thank you. Knowing that information, I'll refer back to my fellow commissioners. What would be your pleasure to consent or individualize based on if you want to know about any of the grants that need to be ratified? So I'll leave the floor up and I'll try to get a feel for consensus. Go ahead, Commissioner Shanefield.
Mr. Chairman, these are all grants that we've looked at. We've had the opportunity to review. We approved them prior. I think that any additional information that Christina can share with us regarding the ones that have been reimbursed already would be good information, but I think that we can group them together. I don't even know if it necessarily needs to be a consent agenda. We can approve them as number 1, 2, 3, 4, and just go through them.
Very good. So you think about going through with a little feedback on any changes, as Christina mentioned. Is that correct? Okay, Commissioner Toman, your thoughts?
As long as we hear something about each one, as Christina has asked to do, I think we're fine to do a consent.
Okay, Commissioner Lloyd?
I would be good with that, especially just learning that Christina had more information to share. I'd want to make sure we get all the information possible from Christina. But I think at that point, we then could make the approval on a large scale basis.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. All right. I think what we'll do, Ms. Marshall, if you heard that, is why don't you go through and share if there's any changes on any of them, a little bit of information, then we'll do one motion at the end to ratify all of them. Is that correct, commissioners? Does that sound reasonable? All right, Commissioner, Ms. Marshall, the floor is yours.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, to be clear, we just went through CRF 381, the first one, and I am scrolling through to the second one, CRF 196. This was for the Facilities Department. This application was to supplement the expenses to implement the adaptive reuse of the commissioner's meeting room. And actually in this project, because the purchasing department and public works found great prices, we did not have to use this funding and it was forfeited, the $26,026.28. But the $3,000 was used for some new PPE equipment. Any questions on that one? Okay. And we have been reimbursed on that one as well.
Thank you.
So I'm moving on to CRF 204. This was for land use. It was awarded in full, implemented and reimbursed already. Next item, CRF 224, a grant for Southwest Counseling. This was for their telehealth, quarantine, group home, disinfectants. That actually was awarded. However, Southwest Counseling had to withdraw the HVAC upgrades and some minor equipment to their group home in that project. So the grant agreement was reduced to $161,524. This one has already been paid in full, reimbursed to the county, and processed payment back to Southwest Counseling.
Thank you.
So then I'm scrolling to
I have
CRF.
one question.
Christina, we got a question.
Just one
Okay.
question. Was the money forfeited back? Was that because of the timeline, being able to not complete the project before the imposed timeline? Is that what, if I remember?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Smith, are you referring to the facilities project?
The one, just the HVAC with,
Oh, the
with
HVAC.
Southwest Counseling, yeah.
No, that was due to not being able to get bid awards, the timing of the construction. And you may be aware, or maybe not, that actually the state has been doing a survey to get feedback about construction projects and timelines. And I suspect the legislature will be looking at, again, having another round for local governments to implement new construction projects. That was the biggest barrier for spending most of the money. Is HVAC was very popular, but could not get it done by the deadline of December 15th. The hospital actually they applied for funding on their own. They're paying part of their upgrade out of their own funding and supplementing it with coronavirus relief funding. So that was a split project that could get done, but in Southwest Counseling's, the timeline was too difficult.
Perfect, thank you. As their new liaison, wanted to make sure I knew that for sure. So when next round comes around, that that may be available for them to do again if they're up and ready to go. Thank you.
Sure, and honestly, it is not too early to start thinking about additional projects we could go after. So, okay, so I am now scrolling through to CRF 238 for the Clerk of District Court project. And again, it's interesting. We've all been impacted by COVID, and this one was, the jury costs and running safe trials. This project was actually awarded in full and has been reimbursed. And I've moved those expenses out of the Clerk of District Court's department budget into the grant project. All these expenses are in grant projects under the project accounting system. So next item, CRF 241 for the County Attorney's Office for laptops that has been awarded in full, paid in full, and reimbursed in full. Next, and again, the laptops are for teleworking and keeping distance. Next item is CRF 282 for Memorial Hospital. County sponsored this one for them. So the award was $342,928. However, after submitting the reimbursement, I believe, or no, the state decided that the laptops would not be approved in their award for $91,237. They saw that as supplanting. I think that's kind of questionable. The hospital reassigned the use of these laptops and for COVID use. So that was questionable in my mind, but at the end of the day, they did not approve it, but they approved everything else. I actually use that temperature kiosk when you walk in. It is just amazing. So and I'm sure Commissioner Smith has seen that too a lot.
Yeah, we got 2 at our place as well. It's awesome.
I think we should get some at the courthouse, honestly. I think they're awesome. Very easy.
Ours yells
Okay.
at you when you're not wearing a mask.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in, I don't know what accent it is. English, something, please wear a mask.
That's funny.
Or, we could do it in French too.
There you go.
Oui, oui.
Okay.
Oui.
So moving on to CRF 283. This one was for the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport. On that project, also HVAC improvements could not be done in time. There was not a lack of passion. It was the timeline. And so unfortunately, they also denied
Vision.
furniture.
Vision.
Pardon me?
We
Or-
were just no, you're fine. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So the airport was awarded 140,163. We have been reimbursed for all their actual expenses, and I've approved payment to the airport. But unfortunately, that HVAC project and their furniture were not approved. The furniture they just didn't buy into. I thought Devin did a phenomenal job presenting it, but who knows? So then moving on to CRF 284, this one was the other project for the events complex, as I mentioned earlier, that was split in 2. This was awarded for $68,227 for technical equipment, PPE, crowd control equipment, and they're all being used. So it's been paid and reimbursed. Moving on to CRF 379. Now this one was for the county. Very interesting. We just put everything we could in this project for county payroll for everyone being quarantined or out sick. We got more sanitization equipment. This project has not been reimbursed yet. It also included, payroll, as I mentioned, but also Southwest Counseling submitted payroll under that. Out of that 4.7 million award, I would say we submitted reimbursement for less than $500,000. So this is where I'm saying it would be nice to be able to get that money back to the county since the stimulus package has been extended. We need to lobby the state for that. So this one is pending, and I will let you know when it does get reimbursed. And then finally, this is the last one out of the batch. There's CRF 380. That one was for our incident command for the payroll for employees. Total of $104,721.83. This one has also not been approved or reimbursed yet. Generally speaking, any of the reimbursements with payroll has been contentious. On ours, I'm very comfortable with them. I have very detailed timesheets for all of our payroll and documentation. But it was the ones, I think as a group, the state is holding off on all the payroll. So it's not personal. So with that, that is all the remaining 10 CRF grant awards and sub-grantee agreements. I'm
Thank
happy
you.
to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lloyd?
Yeah, no questions, but I just want to give once again kudos to Miss Marshall. What a fantastic job on this project, and you couple this in with the grant funding and all the work that she's done during this period. It has been a huge boon not only to our county but to a lot of our entities in our county that have benefited from the various CARES Act money. And I know there's been a lot of due diligence and it's not been the clearest of directions from the state level. It's kind of like reading instructions in about 8 different languages intermingled into one instruction piece because it hasn't been very clear in some of the directions. So just appreciative to the work that Ms. Marshall's done, and not only in that work, but the fact that she's reached out to groups and organizations and made sure they knew these fundings were available. So we're able to, and it's just great to hear how many of these have been reimbursed and how many of these have had positive effect. I mean, just being able to sit here today for our second meeting, and I guess a special meeting for the first time since March, just shows the profound effect. And being able to have residents actually come into our room shows the effect of what she's done. So thank you, Ms. Marshall.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Lloyd. Other commissioners, any comments? Okay, so Ms. Marshall, I guess at this point in time, we would entertain a motion to ratify the COVID-19 grants as presented. Would that be the correct language?
Sure. I would add to that CRF agreements and sub-agreements 196, 204, 224, 238, 241, 282, 283, 284, 379, and 380.
I did add all those to my motion. Thank you. Not my motion, my entertainment of a motion. So commissioners, I would like to entertain a motion of the COVID-related grants as presented and numbered by Ms. Marshall.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lloyd.
I would so move.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lloyd to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Christina, thank you for your hard work and due diligence. And the one thing that needs to be reminded, that all the work that's been done on this by you, as well as anyone that's assisted you, has been done with the utmost interest of Sweetwater County and its citizens. No other reason but to make sure that Sweetwater County and its citizens were taken care of in any way, shape, or form. Thank you for your work on this. And I think there'll be probably more to come. So get your rest, get your energy up. We'll be glad to see you in person. Thank you very much for your hard work. Have a good day and be safe.
Okay.
Christine, we're gonna take a break right now because our next action item does involve the warden, and he probably won't be on for a little bit. So that action item is at 10:40. So let's take a, gosh darn, let's take a 30-minute break. We can do that and wait for commission for that to come aboard, because we have other ones after that that are on a timeline, commissioners. So with that, we'll take a 30-minute break. Thank you, commissioners. like to call this meeting back to order and get back to our agenda. Our next agenda item is, I got to find it here. There we go. It's a acceptance of the Home Depot Foundation Operation Surprise Grant for Sweetwater County Fire Department. Here to present that on Zoom will be Ms. Marshall again, and in person is our fire warden, Mr. Bornasian. Ms. Marshall, are you out there?
Mr. Chairman, I am, and this is my last item today, and I think the first for the fire warden. So this item, Sweetwater County was awarded $1,000 in private funding from the Home Depot's Operation Surprise Cash Grants Program, and it was awarded to the fire department. So this is absolutely exciting because it's a surprise funding award, and it's to show appreciation to those serving on the front lines. The fire department will use it to purchase gym bags for their people in the department, and that's 24 gym bags. There's no cash match, and actually the fire warden received the maximum award. So I'd like to have him say something about this very thoughtful project.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Fire Warden Bornasian, would you please come forward and introduce yourself and welcome?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Yeah, we were surprised. It was literally a surprise grant. Home Depot did this grant previous years for veterans. This last year, they opened it up and decided they would award it to first responders. So we were surprised. It was to give back some of the first responders. So since our folks, part of our work ethic is working out, a lot of us have memberships for gyms. We also work out as a crew every morning. I thought it'd be appropriate just to put that money towards something for the guys and gals. So that's what we did.
Thank you, Fire Warden. Commissioners, any questions for either Ms. Marshall, our grants manager, or our Fire Warden, Mr. Bornasian? With that, no questions. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Smith.
I move that we accept the Home Depot Foundation Operation Surprise Grant for the Sweetwater County Fire Department.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So thank you, Christina. We appreciate your help on, again, bringing more money into the county and helping out those that deserve it. Commissioner or Mr. Bornasian, thank you also for your work on this grant. Christina, again, our heartfelt prayers to you and your family. Be safe. And if you travel very, very safely, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, moving on, our next agenda item will be the Sweetwater County Fire Department briefing for the 2020 fire year. And with us again to provide us that presentation and update is our Fire Warden, Mr. Bornasian. Fire Warden, if you'd please come forward to the podium, and the floor is yours, sir. Yeah, got to move that real close to your mouth so everybody can hear you.
Afraid it's gonna bite me.
It doesn't.
So each year I try to do a wrap up of the activities that took place for the department and brief the commissioners on that. So once again, here I am. Doing that, 2020 was active. It was a challenge in a lot of different ways. COVID obviously played a role with our work and how we went about working not only with ourselves as a department, but with other agencies. Every agency had its own little COVID restrictions. So even out on the fire line, working wildland fires, it was trying to keep people separated, keep your distance, how we manage and change our logistical support was one of the biggest challenges. But really, it's an average year as far as numbers, about 100 calls, a little over 100 what we average. We had about 50 wildland fires. The Richard Mountain fire was the big one for the county. That fire Bernita, Utah. We worked it for a good 5 to 7 days with the BLM and lots of other folks. So that fire was supported by all the federal agencies that have wildland fire operations, Fish and Wildlife, Forest Service, BLM, BIA. They were all present in some way, shape, or form. Had 9 different states. 9 different states were here representative with resources. So it was quite the fire for us. It was lightning caused fire. It's our biggest threat is lightning. It's just a matter of whether it comes in dry or wet. Overall for the country, it was a record year. Over 10 million acres burned. The last 10 years, the average has been 7 million. So we saw an increase in 3 million acres burned for the country, mostly the Western US we're talking. And we did that with 4,500 less fires. And that's been the trend. The 10-year average has been changing. You go back to the early 70s, we were running about 77,000 fires and about 4 million acres. And then it rapidly increased in 2000. 88, the Yellowstone fires was the big wake-up call for the wildland community. And so now we see fires that are, we thought the 100,000 acre fires were big, and this year we actually had a fire which I participated in supporting the management of, and that fire went over 1 million acres in Northern California. So that was quite the deal. We stayed busy in lots of different ways when we're not on fires. I sent you an email about a week ago, just numbers. It's just some stats. The state of Wyoming has been really good to us. About 2017, they gave us a statewide reporting system that they offer to all the fire departments free of charge with the basic format. A lot of departments will purchase additional functions for that reporting system if they specialize in other things, EMS, hazmat. For us, it's really helped us because we got good numbers. We actually have been able to, the last 3-4 years, have solid numbers. I've been here almost 6 years. March will be 6 years for me. And the first couple of years, we were using an old annotated system. And those numbers were really sketchy. But now we can actually see what's causing our fires. Human caused fires went up this year. We didn't have a whole lot of lightning. And then again, like I said, the lightning, it's just a matter of whether it comes in wet or dry. We're in a drought. We're in half of our county is considered extreme drought. So this winter's not looking real good. We're not off to a really good start, but spring hasn't sprung yet, so we're still holding out for that. We have a new SEAT base coming online. SEAT is an acronym, SEAT. It's a single engine air tanker base, crop duster tractor, 808 tractor 800s. They're a crop duster type plane. They carry about 400 gallons of retardant or water. And right now we've had to rely on those to come out of primarily Casper. Rollins had a SEAT base. Last year it was not operable. And then they come out of Craig, Colorado as well. So having this in our backyard will be a big asset to us. We've already taken the steps with our previous seasonals and some of our volunteers and our 3 full-time staff. We've all done the basic aviation support training to be able to support that SEAT base as trainees. So we're excited to be able to help the BLM. That'll be the one challenge will be staffing it when that time comes to ramp up or ramp down. So we're looking forward to having that in our hip pocket. Some of the other projects we participated in, we started this last year for the first time with our fuels mitigation work up on White Mountain or Little Mountain on state land. The primary objective there is reduce the fuel load. We talk fuel. When I talk fuel, we're talking flammable vegetation, just so we're clear. So we're dropping the dead trees with our folks who are SAW certified, and our other folks are up there helping buck and pile. The hope is we'll get enough snow one year to be able to burn those piles. It's slow work. We have about 250 man hours in so far, and we just barely put a dent in. So it will be a long time coming. We work a lot out in the parks. We have 2 primary projects at Jamestown and Pioneer Trails. We're dropping the cottonwoods. They're a hazard tree. Almost every cottonwood out in Pioneer Trails is considered dead. It may have foliage that comes back, but the rot content in those trees is really hazardous. So we work real close with Chris and Jean to mitigate those. The brush has been overgrown for many, many years, so we're trying to mitigate that. And we've got a lot of hours in there. We worked with the town of Granger this year. They had a project along the river. They want to do a river walk. So we did the fuels mitigation and removal for them and cleared the brush for about a mile stretch along the Hams Fork there. So in addition, we're excited. Last year with COVID, we couldn't be part of the American Red Cross's smoke detector program. This year, they're going to try and get that going again. So I've tied in with the Red Cross. We're going to do this. It's a joint venture. It's not just our department. We work with Fire District Number 1, Green River Fire Department, Rock Springs City Fire, Wamsutter, and Eden Farson, Granger. All the departments are invited to participate. Basically, it's the Red Cross does the advertising for it, does the signups for it. We merely are the providers to go in and install smoke detectors in homes within the county for those who don't have them already. So this year, the initial goal is just to get 30 out the door. I'm hoping we can actually get 50 to 60. So we've asked Fire District 1 to take the lead on that for us because they have a fire prevention officer, and Battalion Chief Clark Allred that's really his forte. And Clark was involved with the program 2 years ago. So Clark will be our lead on that. We'll be a supporting player. So some of the other things that we've done, we're back in with the FLA kids, Fire Law Leadership Academy with Rock Springs High School. That's really exciting for us. We've been active in that program since its onset. And we currently today just started a wildland training class with 7 seniors. We'll have them for the next 6 weeks. They'll come out with their NWCG, National Wildland Fire Certification credentials. So if they want to get a summertime job, either with us, with the feds, the state, those credentials are good anywhere in the country. So it gives those kids an opportunity to get their feet wet, make some summer money before they go on to college, even if they want to pursue a different career. So that's been really good for us. We've been anxious to get those kids back into our department. So we're very excited to be part of that. I guess I'll just close with and open up for questions with the fact that when you look, we hosted a and wildland fire study about 3 years ago. We're in an era where the trend is going up, regardless of what the climate is. We're getting more fires, getting bigger. Overall, on the national level, about 94% of all wildland fires are controlled or contained, at least within the first operational period. So the first day or the following next day, the first 24 hours. So really, when you think about all these big fires that we see around the country and in our own backyard, you know, it only represents a little more than 5% of what we're doing. So it's real important because fire season, it's no longer just a season. It's no longer like spring into summer. It's not summer. It's now fall. It's now spring. It's before green up. If don't get the green up, it's during green up. And those May, June, we would have moisture and have more life component, dead component in the fuels. And that's where we work real close to BLM, and the BLM supports us by getting us those fuel moistures. They go out into the field, get those moistures. That helps us gauge on what kind of fire behavior, what the potentials are, helps them with staffing levels and where they put sources. But if you look at the facts speak for themselves. We've had a wildland fire now in every month except January in Sweetwater County. So, and of the fires in the last 5 years, we burned about 25,000 acres. So that's as a whole. Those are acres that our department has been involved with. Now, Fire District, BLM on their own, the Refuge, the Ashley, we don't go to every single wildland fire. Generally, if they're large in scale and they're escaping initial attack, we get involved if they're outside the unincorporated area of the county. And then, of course, we go out of county to help our neighbors, because as I said, nobody can do it themselves. This year, for the first time, we ran out of resources. We had 25,000 people on the fire line this year, whether in a support role or frontline firefighter. We ran out of people. While I was in California and in Colorado, we ran out of fire engines, helicopters, toilets, food, MREs, pumps, hose, fittings. We ran out. There just wasn't enough in the system. And so it's really important that we maintain those mutual aid agreements we have, the annual operating plan, which I'll be bringing before you in another month or so, that we sign every year with the state and the other counties, because we rely on each other to help each other out. It's so volatile, the fuels out there these days, and we just can't do it on our own. So we need everybody. So with that, I'll just open it up.
Thank you, Fire Warden. Commissioners, questions?
I have one.
Go ahead, Commissioner Smith.
Just in carrying on the tradition of a previous commissioner, were any junipers harmed up on Little Mountain?
I can neither confirm or deny.
Oh my. Thank you.
To the best of my recollection, no.
Excellent.
Richard Mountain, that's a different story.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Lloyd?
I can't top that question.
No, that's,
So
you
I'm gonna
couldn't make
rescind
that
all
one up.
questions. No, I guess a couple questions. Looking at your statistics that you sent us last week, Mike, and I appreciate all that information. It showed like in 2015 there were 16 wildland fires. This year there were 49. Were those ones we helped respond to? Were those only in your area that you were responsible? That the county, I know we have MOUs that bridge over to help other counties because you can't do it all alone. Were all 49 of those fires specifically in our area? And if
Yes.
not, all were.
Yeah, they all were in the county. So
Okay.
we don't do if we go out of county, it becomes a billable fire. It's a prolonged period. It really messes up our initial reporting system. And so we hit and miss with those. If they're close enough, we might throw them in, but overall, those are just in Sweetwater County.
And of those 49, how many of those were led by you and how many would have been led by BLM?
Ask that question one more time.
How many were we primarily responsible for and how many were like BLM primarily responsible for?
Well, because we're so checkerboarded,
Uh-huh.
we have what we call automatic, you could term it automatic aid.
Uh-huh.
Anytime there's a report of a wildland fire in the county or within the BLM's high desert district of this part of the state, they automatically respond. And so we go, we engage, and then we figure out who has ownership and ultimately who has jurisdiction. I couldn't tell you per se of those how many were BLM or how many of those were county, because a lot of our fires, because it's checkerboarded, they're either right next to or on the border a lot.
Okay.
So it varies.
On the chart, it also talked about good intention canceled. What does that mean?
Good intent?
Yes.
Good intent. It could have been somebody that was doing a control burn,
Mhm.
and we got dispatched to it, and it really wasn't, they really didn't need the fire department to come help manage their burn. So sometimes we do get called. In the Eden Farson area, we've been up there helping with those folks when they have things to burn, whether it's they're going after stubble to get rid of something in the ground, whether it's a fungus or a worm or whatever. We'll go up and stand by and help them so it doesn't get away, to help make sure. We've also been out to Granger and done some of that. So we do go around the county offering to help those who want to do some burning to be available to them. Now, this is outside the fire district because we have no jurisdiction within the districts. So, but if that need per se exists, we want to make sure we're there now instead of waiting until the wind comes up, blows it across their neighbor's yard and goes after a house.
Okay. And then I guess my last question would be,
Excuse me.
would be,
You said you only had a couple of questions.
Couple of few.
I've marinated and they've grown.
All right. The floor is still yours,
All right.
Commissioner.
It did mention in there that I thought we were primarily wildland, but it did mention structural and vehicle calls. Are our guys also trained on structural and vehicle?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a good question.
Ooh, it was.
Well,
good.
I'm glad you, Doc, let me ask it. He was going to shut me off. So, did you hear that, Doc? Good
I did.
question.
The county fire department has always been a primary wildland department. The reality is that way before I got here, back going into the 80s, just based on photographs, the county fire department has been the only department to respond to vehicle fire, semi-fire, train fire, or oil and gas related fire. And sometimes they went to help other, like the district or the district, because the district wasn't formed until 20 years ago. So prior to that, the county had a much bigger piece of the pie to cover, and they went to everything. Even though they were always perceived as a wildland department, they had structure equipment. They had SCBAs, they had structure gear, and they had structure training. So when I came on board, what I did is, because we get forced into that, if there's a fire in the unincorporated area of the county, district doesn't have to go out of the district to go to it. Green River doesn't have to go out of the city, and Wamsutter doesn't have to come out, and Granger. So we have to be available to take on that role. But more importantly, we have to be able to support those we call to support us. So if we call district to come help on a semi-fire, they're going to send an engine because they don't want to leave the district uncovered. And so it's going to take some help with those guys and gals. We've got to be able to back them up. And the only way to do that safely and effectively is to be trained at that level with the proper equipment. So through grants over the last 5 years, I've been able to get us the PPE for structural firefighting, which includes vehicle fires, rail car fires, those kinds of fires. Anything other than wildland is pretty much under a structure title. So we've got the portable equipment, we have the PPE, we have the qualifications and certifications. The one thing we don't have is a wildland urban interface engine to carry it adequately to go put out that fire, and better yet, protect that ranch, that oil gas site from an approaching wildland fire. We're running brush trucks and a water tender. So we're having to make it work, and that's the hand we've been dealt, and that's what we do.
No more questions because I've been limited, but just one statement. I am glad to hear that you are working with the Fire Law Leadership Academy. I was one of actually the founding folks for the Health and Human Service Academy at the high school. And I think those are some of the best programs between those two programs and the oil and gas development program. So I'm really glad to know we're supporting students in that. So thank you. No further questions.
You can have the floor as long
I'm
as you
just messing
like
with you,
it.
Doc. Hey, this is what makes our meetings fun on occasion.
hear you,
Thank
bro.
you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the warden? I got a
just
couple.
wanna-
Go ahead, Ms.
I just
Tolman.
want to thank you for coming to get me up to speed on what you do.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Going back to when you were talking about the seat base up at the airport, you made the comment that there's going to be trouble staffing that. Do you mean from the BLM, they're going to have trouble staffing them? So we need to be prepared to support them?
So
Go on that a little bit more.
yeah, be happy to. When they stand up, what we call stand up or activate a tanker base, there's nobody that actually works there full time every day waiting for a plane to be loaded that might have to go to a fire. When they stand up, it's because we have a fire, we need to order retardant, fixed wing aircraft have to be mobilized. Then they call in the manpower to staff that base and to fill those planes. But it takes more than filling them. You've got to be able to direct them, park them, do their paperwork, and fill. So there's about 4 levels of positions in there. The BLM specifically doesn't have the manpower to do all those things. So they go through the ordering system, just like when we get called to go help somebody on a wildland fire. They call people to come in who are trained to staff the seat base. So locally in this area, they're relying on us to help fill that role. And that's something we were more than happy to do. So we want to make sure all of our folks are cross-trained at the entry level, starting with the entry level, so that we can man that seat base when that demand happens. because it may not be a fire in Sweetwater County. It could be a fire in Uintah County across the state line. So it's just a regional support mechanism.
Very good, thank you. A couple more questions.
Just a couple.
Just a couple.
Okay.
I'm watching the clock. I know when I have to go on the next agenda item. Anyhow, is our growth in the county for residents moving outside of Rock Springs, Green River, and District 1, there's more growth than there has been in previous years to force our county fire department to respond and be first on the side or support for more residential than ever before?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. You just approved a big subdivision outside of Green River that is in the unincorporated area of the county. It's not in the Jamestown Rio Vista Fire District. It's not in the city limits of Green River. So ultimately, the primary is it's an unincorporated area. We cover the unincorporated area, so we rely on other agencies to help be primary as well. So absolutely, the McKinnon area. McKinnon, there's been a lot of new homes down in the McKinnon area. That's one of my biggest concerns. If you remember 3 years ago, I tried to get with Weed and Pest. We ran into some challenges with attorneys about trying to get an engine down there. So, because they have a heated building and a water supply that's heated year round.
Yeah.
So we could have an engine down there and get some folks trained. So absolutely, that there's no doubt about it.
And then one last thing, let's go back to the mega fires or the wildland fires that are huge, and a little bit regarding the management to hopefully, I won't say control, we want to prevent those mega fires. And I believe one of those management tools that's available is a prescribed fire, or prescribed burns. Do we have any prescribed burns scheduled in the future?
No, as of right now, our prescribed fire consists of just pile burning.
Okay.
So the fuel mitigation that we do, we'll go out and we'll just burn the piles. When you talk about prescribed fire, true prescribed fire, it's putting fire on a landscape, whether it's an acre or it's a couple acres, whether it's a treated area where you've already thinned out the trees, limbed up the trees, and now you're going to burn the understory, which is one of the greatest tools we have. And it's just a proven fact that for centuries, it's a tool that Native Americans used, and we try to apply it today because it's the reason we're having mega fires. We can't lie. The fuel is just too much fuel out there.
And the reason I bring it up is because we have an infant council, Wyoming State Fire Prescribed Council now in the state, and it's in its infant stages in the third or fourth year, and they're well organized, and they're always looking for if there's any prescribed fire projects that are coming up to be able to post it on their website and that type of thing. So that's why I ask. And there's another reason, as chairman of the Wyoming Prescribed Fire Council for the state of Wyoming, I always come home to my locals and ask about those things and make sure we know that in our toolbox for management of fires is the prescribed fire tool.
Well, it's a great tool. It's also a great training tool. The best way to teach a firefighter is to put them in fire.
Yep.
And to watch, to be able to not be in an emergency situation, but watch how fire moves, progresses, stalls, jumps, spots, all those kinds of characters when you're not in a frame of mind that you have to react, but you can stand back and make sure you just watch it do its thing and be a student of fire. And so we've offered to help with other programs, BLM and the Ashley National Forest. If they have a prescribed fire that need manpower or a resource, we've offered ourselves available.
Good, I appreciate that. That's good to know. Any other questions, commissioners? I'd like to thank Warden Bornasian for the report and update and look forward to more in the future. But before you move away, you may sit down if you wish, but our next agenda item, I believe, is also one for you to present, which is the next up is the request from the Wyoming State Forestry Division to join the Emergency Fire Suppression Account. And I believe you have that with you to present as well. Go ahead.
I do. The state of Wyoming has an emergency fire suppression account that the counties within the state of Wyoming participate in. And we are one of the last counties that do not participate in this EFSA account. There's a couple of reasons for this account. A lot of our counties have a lot of big timber, and they have a lot of big fires. And so the emergency suppression account helps offset their share of the cost, their share for the private lands that are involved with that suppression effort. And when you have a lot of big fuel, you generally have a lot of expensive things come help you, like aircraft, which is the most expensive. A retardant drop out of a very large air tanker could run you $30,000 to $50,000 per drop. Helicopter's going to run you thousands of dollars an hour. Those costs quickly add up. So within our county, we really don't have a big timber base. We don't have a lot of those subdivisions that are in the timber to be protected. We have a lot of BLM or we're checkerboard. We've had a great relationship with the BLM and our cost shares. So the way we have historically been working with the BLM or the Ashley or the state of Wyoming is when a wildland fire occurs and escapes initial attack, we go to our annual operating plan agreement, which says how we're going to work together. And in that agreement, it states that we will be billed on our share of acreage versus their share of acreage. So Richard Mountain fire, it's 7,000 acre fire. We had less than 500 acres of private. So our cost share was like 1%. If we were to enter in the emergency suppression account, it's my opinion that we're still money ahead from not being in it. We're going to get a big fire. We've had a big fire. We will have another big fire. When, I don't know. But there's just no way we have too much fuel out there not to have a big fire someday. The suppression account will cover your costs. Now, the suppression account funds have also been used for bark beetle mitigation. They pulled money out of it for other projects. It's been to the point where the states had to put more money into it. The state puts a lot of money, millions of dollars into this account every year, as well as the counties. But really the states puts the hefty part of it in there. So it's my recommendation to the board that for the cost, we just need to look at where we've been and what our numbers are. And it's somewhat of a gamble, but that's how it is. So.
Thank you. Questions for Warden?
Do you want to just state how much you have to join for 3 years, and it's what, 60,000 a year? Or
The
80,000 a
costs,
year?
Yeah,
go ahead, Mike.
so it'd be 54, it's based on your annual valuation. So it's $54,000 this year. If once you join, that's your annual payment, but to join, it's 3 years collectively.
Yeah.
So we're looking at $160,000 to join the suppression account. And it's a lot of money. We've been really good about not having taken on big bills, but everybody's budget's tight. So I expect our cost shares are going to go up. I don't see us having that kind of a fire.
Thank you. Commissioner Tolman, you still have the floor.
This is something we've talked about in our coalition with the 5 counties in this area. And I agree with you. Because we have 7 million acres, of which 70% is public land, I don't think it would be a good investment for us
Thank
to
you.
be involved in.
Thank you. Commissioner Shanefield, you had a question?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mike, do you know if this legislation that's around this cost share agreement is being looked at from the state's perspective? I know that they're looking at putting money into anything additional this year, or, I just worry that if we were to look in it this year, it could potentially change.
I don't know of anything that's pending that would change the emergency fire suppression account. No legislation that we're aware of, and we watch it pretty closely. They'd have to open up the rules and change the rules, and that's a really risky thing to do with this account right now.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shanefield. Any other questions, commissioners? I do know that I will say, at least since we've been a 5-member board, there has been no dollars paid to the suppression account. Even prior to that, I don't think we ever have. I did just look to get involved. It would cost us $163,700 and some change. And that's based on $54,566 and some change per year for 3 years. So that's what it would take. So with that, commissioners, I would entertain a motion. I don't know, what's your pleasure regarding this? Commissioner Smith?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we decline entering into an agreement with the State Forestry Division for shared costs.
Wyoming State Forestry Division. Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion to not join in it and authorizing the chairman to sign by Commissioner Smith and a second by Commissioner Tolman. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, any further discussion, commissioners? No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Bornasian. I'll get that signed and move forward. Up next, our next agenda item, stay with us if you'd like, Fire Warden, is a request approval to hire seasonal firefighters for the 2021 fire season. Mr. Bornasian, as well as Mr. McLean. Gary, I see you on the screen. I'll turn the floor over to you, Mr. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners. Before you is a request from the County Fire Warden to approve authority to hire seasonal firefighters for the 2021 fire season. We have put those together rather than individual requests. Essentially, the Fire Warden is requesting 2 9-month positions, 8 6-month positions, and 4 3-month positions for a total of 14 positions. Before you is a cost summary. Those are near the budgeted amount of a total of $254,000 anticipated cost to fill those for the fire season. Part of the reason for bringing these at this time, as I think Ms. Vernasian alluded to in his earlier comments, there's only so many folks out there to hire. It's very competitive with the BLM, Forest Service, other agencies in other states. So I think the goal has been each year to try to get going in this process earlier. And I think that's the intent in bringing it before the board at this time.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Fire Warden, do you have anything to add?
Excuse me, what I would add is it's the same number of seasonals we had last year. It's not an increase over last year's payroll. It's actually a couple thousand decrease just because folks come and go. But it's our workforce. It's really our core. So, and the reason we have the different terms is so we really have the peak, almost the peak amount of manpower during the peak of that fire season. But we need those folks to come in earlier and stay later. We just don't need all of them to do that. So over the last 5 years, I've been massaging this and what works best. So, and that's.
Thank you. Thank you, Fire Warden. You might stay there in case there's any questions. Commissioners, I'll open the floor up for questions for either Mr. McLean or Fire Warden Bornasian. Commissioner Shanefield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I did kind of just a comparison of the number of positions that you've had over the past 6 years, and then the number of fires that there have been in the county for the last 6 years. And in looking at that, the first 2 years, 15, 16, and 16, 17, there were 68 and then 88 fires, and you had 5 seasonal positions per year. I'm making lots of feedback. This fiscal year 17, 18, and 18, 19, there were 108 and 107 fires, and you had 8 seasonal positions. And then 1920 and 2021, there were 99 and 101 fires and then 14 positions. I guess my request to you would be, is it an option? And if not, why? To go back to that positions seasonally. I know that you're very busy and we just heard your report, but we are looking at cutting these numbers back for every department. And I'm just thinking that in looking at the number of fires and the positions and then the total salaries, that makes sense to me.
Sure. So when I first came on, I came on early in 15, and it really was a cleaning house up into 16. And into 16, we were trying to get some decent trucks to get rid of our other trucks and trying to get a feel and a handle on things. The other thing that happened in 16 was we had fires we couldn't respond to because we ran out of people. And so that was the turning point. And then in 17, they start running together. So somewhere in that time frame, I believe it was 2017, we just had guys and gals that couldn't come into work anymore. We just ran them way too hard. When you go out and you work all day, and sometimes we have to work all night, and you're trying to give them a day off, and lightning comes in the next day, and they got to work all day and night again. You can't just have nobody respond, and so we burned them out. And it's like, okay, we can't keep doing this. And then what happened was it takes more than 2 people on a brush truck to fight a wildland fire safely. And we can't have those kinds of practices anymore. So that's why in 18, I actually asked for 18 seasonals and 4 full-timers, because that's the staffing we truly need. But we're making this work. Our guys are still burnt out at times, but at least we can give them a day off. We can stagger them. We can rest them. So that's why we have the staffing model I have.
Thank you. Very well spoken. Thank you. Other questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lloyd.
undefined number of questions.
I knew there was something coming back on that. Touche.
All right. Hey, just a couple, I don't want to back myself into a wall, but questions, I guess, I'll be honest, I'm really struggling with the 14, and I'll just be honest with you, Mike, and here's why. We just recently, the county, the clerk office, county clerk of courts, Donna Lee Boback was down 2 employees. She typically has 8, it was down to 6, and asked for a 7th employee, and we denied until we got farther into the budget session due to concerns with the financials. I worry a little bit about confirming and saying I'm willing to go with 14 employees at this point, based upon the fact of the answer we gave her, but also until we know our budget a little bit better. When we're looking at over a $15 million deficit, that's fairly frightening and going. So I guess, and Lauren kind of asked this question, is there any way to shade that number down? Because I also remember when we bumped it and we talked about it, there was hope to see some savings in overtime, because I know there was a lot of overtime back then when we first approved that.
Yes.
But the total budget has gone up over almost $200,000. So where are some give and takes we might be able to get? I understand the importance of this, but I don't want to get to the point where we have to lay off people either.
Well, all I can tell you is, Commissioner Lloyd, this has been a work in progress, trying to find the right spot with what I could do and how I could work this with between 9-month seasonals, 6-month seasonals, and 3-month seasonals. And the minimum staffing, okay, there's requirements in the fire world, and there's policies in the fire world. There's also guidelines, all right? But we shouldn't be rolling with less than 4 people on a fire truck, okay? And when you're talking seasonals, it's manpower, it's boots on the ground. There's no other way to fight a wildland fire. And going through what we went through in 16, so we had a lightning bus come through. Everybody in this county was out of people. We had a fire we couldn't staff, and it went 300 acres before the first resource could get to it. If it was on private, we would have had a pretty good bill. It was on BLM. To safely staff at least 2 engines during the summer and have a crew with a day off, all right, and have an on-call availability. So when something ramps up, because here's what happens. We generally have more than one fire. When this lightning comes through, we have more than one fire to fight. And the other geographical area, so Green River has a quasi wildland engine with a couple of guys that are somewhat trained. They help us in a lot of other ways on structural and vehicle, right? But in the wildland arena, we don't have that. District has the same problem we have. You have a limited amount of people and they got a big area to cover, so they will send a truck to help us. But when we get more than one fire, we've got to have enough people to staff more than one truck. Now, volunteers would be the answer, because that's how this was ran before I got here. I usually have to repeat this like every couple of years with the change of commissioners. So, which is okay. But before I got here, Denny and Wayne pretty much ran the department with 28 people. They were all on the payroll, right? And they ran it with more equipment than what we have now. I got rid of 13 pieces of rolling stock in 2015. All right, 13 went out the door, 3 came in. I've made us more efficient, if anything, but we don't have the volunteer base. I'm down to 6 volunteers. I got 2 that are in training right now. We'll see if they work out. But it's a physically demanding position to volunteer in, and that's all we do. And when you're competing with the Green River Fire Department, the fire district for volunteers, they do so much more, compensate them so much better than I can ever do, that I can't compete with them. So I don't have a workforce to fight wildland fire seriously outside of the seasonals. So in the early season, I've got 2, then we go up to 6, then we go to 8, and then we ramp back down, right? So I'm trying to work this through the fire season. Now, last year we were busy early and we were busy really late. So I used all of our payroll. There's times where I don't do that. These are not to exceed hiring periods. So I can't work them more than 9. If we get snow, they're laid off. If we get lots of rain in the spring, they don't come on yet. But I got to have a couple ready. So that's why the 9 months are such a key role. So, and then I need the ones in the peak, because that's really when we get to performing. So honestly, I can't work with less than this. I honestly cannot. I've tried.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Tillman.
I know this is out there a little bit, but do you see any opportunities if we could work with the cities and the other fire districts of coordinating some of your resources?
We do. We already do that through our mutual aid agreements and in our dispatch protocols. So we do. The challenge is, what can they send in wildland arena? What can they send us? And generally it's one brush truck with a crew. And that's pretty much the district. The BLM gets strung out all over their district, which is half the state of Wyoming almost, or a greater third of it, right? So sometimes we have one BLM truck even available to us to help us. Sometimes the closest BLM resource comes out of Rawlins because they're already on other fires. We move pieces around our checkerboard just like a chess game. We truly do, to the best of our benefit. And then when we have a big fire, it takes everybody we have, but we still have to cover our own back door. And then we have to help our neighbors, because that's who helps us. Richard Mountain would have been a disaster if nobody came and helped us.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have one, Mr. Chairman. So I guess the big thing for me, Mike, is I understand the need, but there are going to be a lot of departments that are going to have to look at going a little less than their need. And I guess that's where I struggle in approving 14 today personally, is because without knowing where our budget's going, it's hard to make that commitment when we've had other departments hold also. And so I want to just be honest, and I don't know where I sit, but I sit a little edgy because of the financial situation, because, you know, even if we were to make serious cuts to outside agencies, we're still over $8 to $9 million over budget. And we can't continue to pull that from reserves. So I'm just looking at what are some options. And so that's just where I sit honestly, so.
I understand that very clearly. And our options are we stagger these folks out and we use them when we use them and we let them go when we don't need them. But the reality is this is a workforce that we need to safely do our job. We got 6,000 square miles in a corporate area of the county. And this is the workforce that it takes to do the job safely. And I'll tell you right now, I won't go back to the way we used to do things because it's not safe. It's absolutely, and I'm not playing the safety card, but I will not be accountable for that. There's no way I can take that accountability.
Thank you, Mike. Any other questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Shanefield.
Mr. Chairman, this is not so much a question, more of a comment, but I mean, we've been putting together these city meetings with everybody in partnership. And then I don't even know who's the fire liaison now.
For the county,
Yes.
there's 2 contacts. It's Jeff and myself.
Okay.
Commissioner Smith and myself.
So I think, in my opinion, it would be good at this point to table this request and allow you guys to have maybe some conversations with the BLM and some further conversations with the cities and see if there's any give to really look at things and see where we can come out.
Okay.
If I may.
Yeah.
One other thing that I did is I did that very thing. We have these chiefs meetings every quarter about how we can do business better. We got the Rock Springs City Fire Department for the first time in history start a wildland program. They have a wildland truck and they come out to the county now. We help train them. So I just encourage you to understand that I have literally worked with everybody in this county and all the counties around us, including the 2 states, to make the most optimum of the resources we have.
Thank you, Mike. Any other questions?
So the only resolution would be reforming the districts somehow. And that's going to take major movement.
Commissioner Tillman, you're absolutely right. And it kind of carries over to Commissioner Shanefeld's comment is that we truly don't, it would be best if we had a fire organization that was fire and EMS in the Sweetwater County. I am 110% behind that, right? I am. Tax special districts, which fire districts fall under, is not a pleasant thing to talk to the state about. Matter of fact, the state's targeting many of the special districts because a lot of them are sitting on money. And last year, the fire districts have really gone to lobby to protect themselves from the state in some aspects and get themselves educated a little bit better. We have several fire districts within the county, and then we have this great big piece of unincorporated area. And you're absolutely correct. We pool all of our resources already. We come together every time there's a fire. There's no doubt about it. I call everybody. Trust me, you could ask them that. I prefer to call them early and turn them around later. We already do that. The problem is we have all these different control mechanisms, different funding mechanisms, different types of equipment, and it would be beneficial to the citizens of this county if we did all come together under one umbrella, whether it was a department or a district. Now, I've been through some of this before in Nevada. I was a chief of a combination department. We dissolved so that we could become part of the district because our call volume was putting us through the roof and we couldn't keep up, and the community deserved better than what we could provide. And it cost me a job. And I moved back to Montana, but I was okay with that. I actually spearheaded that. East Fork Fire and Paramedic District came into our area. And when you look at what we're doing as a county, it makes no sense to have all these different fragmented districts and then this giant unincorporated area. So I would encourage you to talk to the elected officials of those districts and of the cities and towns and have that conversation, because that's the level it needs to start at. You're absolutely correct.
Any other questions? Comments?
Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes. Mike, so how does this compare to last year as question one, this proposal, staffing wise?
It's the same as last year, staffing wise. The qualifications for each one is a little different based on where they are. So
About
It's-
dollar wise?
dollar wise, we're $2,000 less.
Thank you. Okay. And then all of these, not all of these, many of these won't get paid unless they, depending on the weather and the season and how things roll, maybe they start later, maybe they start earlier. True? That's how you run, right?
That is true. Here's my challenge to you. I come before you every year with a similar request, right? And here I am going from February. I should already be bringing on a 9-month seasonal that you already approved from the last budget because we're still in that budget cycle. But my seasonals carry over between budget years. And so when I go to HR and work with Gary and Brenda and Ashley and we put together this document, it's split. Their employment is split between 2 budget cycles. So right now, when you look at where we are, I have approval to bring on my 9 months because they're still part of this, what you've already approved from the last time I came before you. But I'm not here to play a game. I'm here to ask up front and be totally transparent on what we're trying to accomplish in the most efficient manner we can do our job.
Thank you, Mike. Go ahead.
And while I understand the challenges we are facing with our budget, I also understand the need for some security, some guidance going forward, and the time frame that you have to accomplish this. And so, with a reduction, it's the same staffing as last year. It's a little bit less dollar wise than last year. So, I would be in favor of approving it.
Thank you. Other comments, commissioners? I guess I get to go last then. I think Commissioner Smith asked similar as I that the dollar amount's the same from last year or less. That's one of the biggest pieces. So we got that answered. The other thing is this is a max of what it would take if we had to staff for that amount of time. But with the idea that I'm hearing from you that it may start a little later for some may get laid off sooner. So the whole amount of time as well as the whole amount of money may not get spent. Is that correct?
That's true. But at the same time, to be totally honest with you, this is for a 40-hour work week, right?
Yep.
So it only takes a couple big fires or a couple of all-nighters or 3-dayers, and you're behind in your budget. So I have to look at that and have to lay them off earlier, even if we're still in fire season.
Well, and I know we're looking at dollars, and that's very important, but I also think that somewhat consideration in my mind has got to be public safety. Got to be those landowners out there that when they pick up the phone, there's going to be hopefully somebody there to answer their call or at least mobilize in their direction. And by not having this staffing request for that public service, public safety, would you, if it was reduced, would we possibly be jeopardizing those?
Absolutely, because I wouldn't be able to, there may be, because there has been in the past, the case where we cannot respond.
Okay, I need to know that. I need to know that in my thinking. I also agree with where Commissioner Shanefield, Commissioner Toman, and I know Commissioner Lloyd has alluded to it before, as well as Commissioner Smith, is we do need to find a way to work with our other entities. The only bad thing is, and I'll take the heat on it, I'll carry the weight, is my foresight was not to see all this coming to bring together organization of the 2 cities and 4 towns in the county to begin these conversations. But I think those conversations are beginning, and I believe those conversations will continue. The only thing we have that's against that thought is, in order to get any efficiency through interagency, intergovernmental groups working together, it'll take those powers of each of those groups to agree to it. And those powers are going to have to agree to if it's recommended for shared spending or anything. I don't know if we can get that done in 2 months. I don't know if we can get that done before July 1st. In some arenas, maybe. But what we're talking about, possibly the belief may show itself, it's going to be the proof in the pudding is, does everybody agree that we need to go to that countywide first response or whatever it is, fire, everything. It's going to take time. Can't happen overnight. But while we're moving into that process, that is one arena we have to be careful of and know that we can make decisions based on that, which I understand, but is it wise to before we know where we move forward to? So I been here before. I remember where we started. I remember where we got to, and we looked at a model and that type of thing in the past. I'm very, very okay with reducing staff in the courthouse for the safety of meeting the minimum needs of public safety. And I say the minimum. I need to know what the minimums are. And my question to you, is this the minimums that we need, that you believe is needed to staff our county fire department till we get other things arranged down the roadways to provide the proper safety for the people of Sweetwater County?
Mr. Chairman, commissioners, this truly is the minimum. If I had another option, I would have brought it to you, but this is truly the minimum. I am willing to cut all capital out of my budget. I'm willing to cut operational costs, but without boots and seats filled, we can't do our job.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners?
Yeah, I have a question, Mr. Chairman, and I understand, and Mike, you need to know I'm not against fire at all. I see the beauty and validity, but what if we get to the point where at the end of our budget discussions, we say, Mike, you got to cut 20% because we're going to cut 30% to everyone and 20% to you. Where does it put us with these employees that we may now have to lay off? That's my concern. Like, could we hire a smaller amount to start than when we looked at the budget, go a little higher? But I think that's where I'm looking, is I'm really worried that we're going to be looking at some large cuts across the board. I mean, that's just the truth.
I understand that. I've already drafted a budget for next year that has a 14% reduction in my overall budget without costing anybody their position. And that's taking out all my capital. That's cut my operational costs down to bare minimum, because we're in a good place with portable equipment and PPE that I'm willing to do that. But these guys and gals have got to be the ones that do the job. They've got to work in groups. And I can't work them into the ground like I did 2-3 years ago. I cannot do that again. We simply can't. I can't take that. It's a chance. It is. We could have a really mild fire season. And if we do, they'll either be laid off early, or if we get a good spring, they'll come on later. But some of them will come on because I've got to have a minimum. So I understand your position very clearly, and I respect your decision, whatever it may be, and I support you 110% because I know the reality of the situation we're in. I also know the reality firsthand of what happens if we don't have this configuration, which I feel is the minimum to staff.
Thank you. Commissioner Toman?
Mr. Chairman, I'll step out there. I will make a motion to approve it, just because I know we're coming into a severe drought season, and it is a safety issue, and in light of the fact that you have already tried to reduce your overall budget for next year. And I also think that maybe we're safe because the staggered hiring, you're not going to have 14 full-time for the whole season.
Correct.
So that gives you some flexibility for when you put them on. So I would move to support the request.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the request. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Tolman. We have a second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion, commissioners? No further discussion? With that, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Roll call vote. Commissioner Tolman,
Aye.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Lloyd,
No.
Commissioner Shanefield, I'm sorry.
No.
Commissioner Wendling, yes. Motion carries 3-2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Thank you, commissioners. Good discussion. With that, moving on, we will move to, of course, tab S has been removed. So moving to tab T is a request approval of COVID-19 mandated plan changes amendment, Sweetwater County Group Benefit Plan. To present that is Mr. McLean, our HR person. Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners. It's one of those housekeeping items to keep our summary plan document current with changes in federal law, especially with respect to the COVID rules as they've changed in the CARES Act. Essentially, this plan change puts into the plan some specific provisions that were provided for in the CARES Act. And just to summarize those, there's really two of them. The first one is to say that all COVID testing visits will be covered, and that has already occurred, but this is putting that into the plan. It's a little retroactive. The second one is to waive prior authorization for certain admissions related to COVID, so long as the emergency circumstances arrive. So that's essentially the under the care management and the laboratory tests. So they're pretty straightforward changes, and I would recommend to the board to approve those and authorize the chairman to sign as so indicated on the attached form provided.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Commissioners, any questions for our HR director, Mr. McLean?
Just one,
Go
no
ahead.
additional cost here? I mean, we're just adding on, correct?
Yes.
Beautiful. I like it. More stuff, less money, more money.
Yeah, fortunately, most of Commissioner Smith, most of these changes, especially in the laboratory testing, as you know, a good share of the testings were provided by the state, and the tests that were used that are covered under the plan are fairly low cost items. The care management issues probably don't change what's covered. They're just making it easier to get into, especially extended care without prior authorization. So I don't think the net costs are going to be significant to the plan.
Thank you, Gary. Any other further questions, Commissioner Smith? Other commissioners, any questions for Gary? No further questions. And commissioners, what's your pleasure and authorizing the chairman to sign?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Shanefield.
I'll make a motion to approve the COVID-19 mandated plan changes amendment as presented and authorize the chairman to sign.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Shanefield to approve as amended and authorize chairman to sign. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Gary. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Moving on. We have, the next up is the ratification of, no, I'm on the wrong page. Sorry, people. Jeez, my apologies. Next up is tab U. It's partial release of letter of credit for engineering and surveying, Ranch View Estate subdivision. Presenting that is Mr. Bingham. Good morning, Eric. How are you?
Doing good.
Thanks for joining us. The floor is yours.
This is an easy one. So I was here a couple of months ago and we released a letter of credit for the Ranch View Estates for engineering and surveying fees. This is another bill for engineering and surveying. Rock Springs National Bank requested that this money be released. The total amount is $9,700 and $99.60 that's being requested to be released to JF, so they can pay the bill for JFC for engineering and surveying. And Mr. Chairman, that's all that I have. Staff recommends approval of it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bingham. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Bingham regarding this agenda item? No questions? Commissioners, your pleasure.
Mr. Chairman, I
Commissioner-
will move to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Toman to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Have a good day and be safe. Okay, as we move on. Next up, we have, I believe via Zoom, we have Mr. Bjorklund, and he's there to present a summary of statistics analysis of the U.S., Wyoming, Sweetwater County cases dealing with COVID. Mr. Bjorklund, are you out there?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can we take a short break before this since it's a little bit longer presentation?
Sure it is. Mr. Bjorklund, we're going to take a short break, about 10 minutes. 10 minutes is all, short break, and then we'll come back to you. Thank you. We'll call this meeting back to order. We are live. So with that, moving on, our next agenda item is Mr. Bjork, who will present us a summary of statistics dealing with COVID in different arenas. Mr. Bjork, are you out there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can very well. First of all, I want to apologize to you because I referenced you as Mr. Bjorkland before we pulled you on. My apologies to you. It's Mr. Bjork. And with that, I know we've allowed 30 minutes for your presentation. If we get near that 30 minutes with 5 minutes left, I will let you know, okay?
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate it. And I really appreciate your speakers today and what you guys are trying to accomplish with the limited resources that we have in this county right now. It's a very daunting task. And the whole purpose of what I'm trying to do really is to be more efficient about how we use our resources and how we determine our policies and the effectiveness of those policies. We tried to attend a meeting back in November. We were kind of blocked out by the police from not attending, and it got put on a Zoom. So we were kind of disappointed by that. But I did have an opportunity this last summer to meet with you with Senator Tom James, and I do appreciate that time you've given us. This is more of an update than anything else. So what I'm going to do is I see there's a share screen here. What I'm going to do is share some numbers with you. Do you mind if I share the screen with you and be a voice rather than a face?
Please do, if that's
all right.
your
Thank you,
preference.
sir. Okay, so all right. You know, from my experiences, you know, I love numbers, and I've been following this daily since January, actually, and auditing the numbers, looking at the state numbers, and our state health department has been very generous with sharing these numbers with me and making sure that we get some adequate data so that we can do some adequate analysis. You know, it's unfortunate they're not doing it to this degree, but that's neither here nor there. So I did it on my own accord. So anyway, I just want to let you know that, you know, we're looking at several different things, the positive PCR tests, the number of people, the number of tests that are done. Yes, yes, sir.
Are you sharing your screen right now or not yet?
Oh, yeah, let me make sure I hit it right.
Okay. Sorry for interrupting you.
Ah, here we go. Okay,
we still
is
don't
it
see
it popping up for you guys?
No.
Let me see what I got here. Let's share this. How about that?
It looks like it. There you go. We
Okay,
got it.
okay.
Thank
Hey,
you.
I'm new to Zoom, so I you know, bear with me. Okay, so anyway, there's several areas I wanted to look at. Mostly I was looking at cases and deaths early on, but we went back and grabbed all the data for daily data from everything back through January. Most of the data that was reported was actually from March in this state. So anything before March 1st has been backdated by the departments or they're zero. Okay, so we looked at positive PCR tests, the number of specimens, excuse me, on a daily basis, the number of people that were tested on a daily basis. We looked at confirmed cases. Now, the definition of confirmed cases has changed since we probably last spoken. They have allowed alternatives to PCR testing to be added. They also combine probable with confirmed tests when they report to the feds with the CDC and the National Center for Health Statistics, where I do get information as well to balance the material between these things. And then the number of hospitalizations, the number of recoveries, and the new deaths. And these are all daily data. So if you look at the bottom of the chart, it's going to give you what our daily means for the whole period of time. So on every day, you know, we have approximately about 122 tests that come back positive. Now they're not distinguished between false positives and real positives. So that can be articulated or talked about later at another forum. I just want to say that's what the number is based off of the information I get. And there's a confidence level, 95% confidence that every day we're going to be somewhere between plus or minus about 35 tests, positive tests between the daily mean or the daily average. And the number of people we're testing on average is pretty impressive. This is statewide, by the way, and I'll get to our Sweetwater County in a minute. The number of people we test daily is amazing. It's about 600 people. So what does that mean? we're actually testing about the number of specimens per person tested is about 3 specimens. Actually, it's 2.99 per person tested. So they're going back and they're making sure that, hey, if we got a positive, let's go back and make sure that it's a real positive. So that's kind of comforting. And then the number of specimens tested overall per day is pretty high for the state. It's about 1,700, give or take 300 or so. And so that's comforting with a population of a little over 500,000 in the state. And then for cases across the state, now these are confirmed plus the probables, you know, you're looking at 138 cases across the statewide per day. And then that's broken down, of course, through confirmed and probable. And then hospitalizations, we're looking pretty good. We're at about 3.4, give or take 1 on either end, hospitalizations statewide that occurs. And yes, we've reached our peak in November, and I'll discuss that on another chart. And then recoveries, we're doing really well with our recoveries. It's right on par with the number of with the number of cases. So our recoveries are very, very good. And then the number of deaths, unfortunately, is about 1.6 deaths statewide per day, which I think we're nudging around 600 or pretty close to 600 or just underneath that right now. And then, so what I wanted to do was take a look at that data from a more of correlations. For those people that understand what correlations are, it's a calculation that takes 2 different sets of data and say, hey, is there a correlation, a strong or weak correlation? Or, you know, I gave a little example on the side of this chart so that you can see what it is. And what we found out, and this goes across the nation as well, because I've done this for every county across the nation as well, working with other people that are doing this, that in the state of Wyoming, the correlation between deaths and cases is actually weak. It's not a strong correlation. So those deaths, unfortunate as they are, and I don't want to belittle it or make it seem less of a value to anybody, but those deaths are being labeled and on the death certificates, and we're doing audits of death certificates, going to the counties and getting that information. And this county's been very helpful as well as providing the information. A lot of those deaths that are being labeled, those are contributing causes to the death, not the actual cause of death. So I don't want to take comfort in that, but the thing is, you know, we are affecting our elderly population, mainly above 65 years of age and older, and we're mostly affecting people that are in nursing homes and long-term healthcare facilities of that population, makes up the strong percentages of that. And so, you know, for if I was to make a recommendation, and it's not my intent really, is to spend more efforts and energy in our long-term healthcare facilities and nursing homes and our hospitals, and put a little more effort into those if we're going to do any more effort in anything, or request money or whatever we're doing there. So looking at the correlations between hospitalization and cases, again, it's weak. And then recoveries and cases a little bit stronger. It's at a moderate correlation. So we expect people to recover. So that's probably why that is. And then the correlation between hospital and deaths, it's a very weak correlation as well. And that's comforting, you know, too, that, you know, if you go to the hospital, more than likely you will survive. We don't want to have a strong correlation there. That would be a very negative thing. So we can find comfort in that our Memorial Sweetwater Hospital and the other healthcare facilities are doing a good job and taking care of the people that we have and making adequate uses of our resources. And then looking at the number of positive PCR tests that are positive to the number of specimen tests, we do expect a strong correlation. And that has to do with the way the tests are being ran. Now, there's something I'd like to request on this one, is the fact that I don't have the information for cycle thresholds for the daily, from the tests. And we're trying to get that information, but we are not getting it because the data collection on that has been inadequate or lacking or non-existent. So it would be nice to get that so that we can have, see what the correlation is between those cycle thresholds. And the reason I say cycle thresholds are a concern is they're manually adjusted, and they're supposed to be in the 30 to 35 range. And often we're finding when we're interviewing people that they're actually in the 40 and 45 range. And now, to give you a kind of a perspective why that's important is every time you cycle, you're basically doubling. So, and it's not a multiplication factor like 2 times 30 equals 60. Absolutely, it's actually 2 to the exponent of 30. And then when you go to the 2 to the exponent of 40, that's a million times difference actually between them, because you got the 3 decades in there. And so mathematically speaking, you're going from a billion doubling events to a million billion doubling events. So that's why we're asking for the cycle thresholds, because what happens is selectivity and sensitivity of testing is inversely proportional to the cycle threshold settings, which means you have more false positives, more false negatives, and inaccurate testing. And that has to do with selectivity and sensitivity of your testing. And so it brings in suspicion into the testing program altogether, and it weakens the data set on how many people are truly positive, how much spread do we truly have, and those kind of questions that we want to answer. So it would be nice to get some of that information on. We're still seeking to do that. And then the number of positive tests to the number of people tested, it's a very weak correlation too. So that's very comforting to know that if you go get tested, the likelihood of being positive is actually very low. So those are some nice numbers to know about, and we're doing really well in that sense. Okay, so let me see if I can share you with another statistics here real quick. Can you see the second graph that I just put up?
Yes.
Okay, so like I said, I did this for every county, for every state in the nation. And if anybody's interested in that, just contact me later. We can share that information later. Again, as you see right here, Sweetwater, I'm just kind of trying to highlight it there. The correlations between deaths and cases, it's very weak, and I just gave you the information and all the different type of statistics to the right there. And these things, I think Sally Shoemaker provided people with this, and I can keep you guys updated as usual. So I'm not going to bore you with this one. It's just kind of a reiteration of what I just spoke about already. Okay. The next graph, do I need to enlarge that for you guys?
Yes, please. There you go.
Okay, is that better?
That's even better. Yep.
I'm gonna go up a little higher. Okay, so Dr. Stanchion, I think it was, actually, let me go back. The governor and Alexis Harris put out some metrics, and I didn't provide that to you. I don't think so. They put some metrics to what percentages we need to be at, basically in reference to our positivity rate and our case rates, active cases. And I'll get to another graph to show a little more of that in a minute. But I wanted to put up the last 2 months in particular, because December and November were our most active months, and December probably the most active number of active cases. Now, that's not the number of new cases that are coming in every day. That's just what's rolling. And those active cases stay active on average from anywhere from 14 to even a month's worth of time, so that quarantine orders, quarantine instructions, and there's a difference between those two, and we can talk about that later as well, and other instructions that are being put out by the county and the state health officials, so that they run a running total on that. So that total throughout the month of December stayed pretty high, because there was a very aggressive testing program that came out around the last part of October and went through November all the way through early December, because we received 176,000 tests in the state, in addition to what we already had. And then we had National Guard participation in contact tracing, as well as in testing programs. And everybody went to town for testing, which is a good thing, because it gives us good data. But also, if you tie back into the cycle threshold thing, it could be a bad thing too, but I'm not going to try to judge it. It was a great testing program, and I'll leave it at that. But look at the number of cases. That's where we really need to look at. Every day, these are the new cases, and I highlighted them in blue for you so you can look at them. And they get reported daily, and the CDC gets them about a day after, basically. And so there's a good correlation there. But what I want to draw your attention to is look at the mean for the months of December, which is 34.77, and look at the mean for this last January. You know, we're more than half the daily rate going in for the month, which is a significant improvement. And we can attribute that to social distancing and all the different efforts we're taking. So I think the efforts that are being taken are pretty good efforts. And the confidence intervals could be better, but you're looking at about a month's worth of data. So that's probably why the confidence intervals are pretty strong right there, where you can see, 19.21 there. That's a pretty strong interval there. And then the correlation between, I did the correlations between the active cases and new cases to kind of see what they are very weak. And that's kind of concerning, because if you have a weak correlation between what your active cases and your daily caseloads are, that means you have a very weak spread that's really actually occurring. And it also means that a lot of these cases are being generated from probables, which are non-lab confirmed cases that are not tested, or they're through contact tracing. So we probably have an excessive amount of cases that are not actually lab confirmed. And that might be concerning, and especially if you're being quarantined or you're receiving a quarantine order or quarantine instruction. What I've seen, and I've personally had this issue happen with my daughter, she was received a quarantine instruction, and turned out that it was not an order, and I didn't know there was a difference between the two. And I think we should do a better job in educating people what an instruction is versus what an order is. An order is actually backed up by state statutes and enforceable by the fine or the jail time, whereas an instruction is a recommendation and is not signed by the public health officer, neither the county nor the state. It's just saying, hey, we have reason to believe, but we have no way to validate or verify, and we just make a recommendation. It's up to you to really choose. And most people actually don't know the difference, so I think they're being misled. So my recommendation there is to allow a little bit more education between what a quarantine instruction and a quarantine order is, so that people can make their own health choices without violating the Wyoming articles in the Constitution and those things. So it's a matter of health choices there. An order is an order, but an instruction is a recommendation. So it's up to the people to do the right thing for recommendations on their own, but an order is an order. So anyway, I want to move past that. Do you guys see this next graph here?
Yes.
Or chart?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so what we did here was break down everything. This data all comes from the Wyoming Department of Health, and I track this every day. And so I have a copy of this for any given day that you want to go back in time for to see how it compares. And this is the most recent. I did this yesterday, and you can see the actual number of combined cases, testing, the combined Wyoming Public Health Lab, non-Wyoming public health labs, the positivity rates, the reporting of the calculation of how many actual reported, and likewise. And so, and then, the number of percentages of active cases out of all the cases we've had so far, the number of current active cases right now is 70. And that's a very, very small percentage of our overall, which is nice to know. And if you're using the governor's color-coded chart, which is basically modeled off the one out of California, there's color coding. So right now we're in the yellow code, and I've done let me bring that up for it. Actually, I've done color codings for every day, so you can look backwards, since that color coding just came out about a week ago, 2 weeks ago. And I went back through all the data for every day and see how we color code it throughout the whole period. And I can provide that for you, or I might have already have. And then you can look at the age breakdown, which is really interesting. The amount of people being tested are confirmed or being traced, which is under this lab confirmed cases for all these age groups. The majority of the people are in the younger groups, the ones that are least prevalent to get sick or be even asymptomatic. And so that brings up a question is, are we getting near herd immunity or something? I'm not a doctor, so I'm not going to say we are, but it sure looks like it. And the people that are above 65 and above, the ones that are most at vulnerable are the ones that are having the least amount of positive tests or even lab confirmed or being tested. So, you know, when I made the statement earlier saying that we need to really look at our elderly populations, look in our long-term healthcare facilities, our nursing homes, and our aging populations, we probably should apply that same concept, you know, like we're doing with vaccinations. They're going to open them up to 65 and above. Our testing really should be focused towards the group that is most prevalent rather than the non-prevalent group. So it's a matter of managing resources and focusing our testing on the people that are most likely to be the most affected and have the worst outcomes. So that's kind of what I'm saying with that one. Okay. This next graph here, this little hump right there, that shows statewide hospitalizations. And statewide, we never exceeded 12.37% of our hospitalization beds. We have 1,996 staff beds, which are staffed with medical professionals and whatnot throughout the state. And I know we have limited beds in this county, and I don't think we filled our beds either. So if you look at it on an individual basis, it'd be interesting to see how that data plays out. But statewide, we peak normally, and we normally peak during this time due to flu seasons as well. And so I would take that with a grain of salt there, because all the cases of pneumonias, influenza, and COVID are all grouped together. And so, and that's just to be conservative in our COVID counts, I guess, is how it was put out by Dr. not Brexis, but the one from the CDC, the lady. Anyway, let me bring up, let's see.
Mr. Bjork, you have about 6 minutes.
Yeah, I'm trying to summarize it up here and just trying to, you know. Oh, I know what I want to talk about. Hold on. Long-term healthcare facilities makes up the major portion of our deaths across the state. They're the most significant portion, and nationwide is about a third of the deaths. And then it's our elderly population making up about 80% or more of the overall deaths. So I just want to go back on that. Now, going back to the mask mandates, been following this and letting you know that the number of cases, the rate of cases per day are exceeding the ones prior to the mandates, and the cases per day are exceeding by 5 times. So we have 5 times the amount of cases per day than we did prior to the mandates. So I really don't feel that that policy was an effective policy, or we could say that maybe it's not a very enforceable policy. And then also the deaths rates, the rate of deaths after the mandates was significantly higher. It's by almost 13 times higher after the mandates as it was prior to the mandates. And so again, I'm just going to say that I don't think this mask mandate policy was a good policy, and it was hastily made. And the other thing is too, on these policies with the mask mandates, with the enforcement, those people that are exempt are being harassed, and they don't have a course or due process to prevent that harassment. And by law, that is part of the mask order, the number 4, and it's under item, I think, number 8 of the mask order itself, to allow those exemptions. So they are protected under the same laws that allows that mask mandate to be in place and ordered. So the public health officer, Alexis Harris, signed for those exemptions as well. We need to do a better job of protecting people's rights on that. And I'm going to yield back the rest of my time. If you got questions, please feel free to email me with your questions. I know you have my email. And then, you know, get back to business and keep doing what you guys are doing. I support what you guys are doing.
Thank you, Mr. Bjork. We appreciate it. Commissioners, any questions? None whatsoever. I'll give them each just a second here to think about things.
Okay.
I do appreciate the updates you've been sending and do appreciate what you put together today.
Thank you.
And takes a lot of work and time, but do appreciate it. Thank you.
I appreciate your time and the work that you guys are doing.
So, commissioners, anything? I'm looking down the row.
I would just say, I guess what we don't know, Mr. Bjork, is what would have happened without the mask mandate.
You
I
know,
know it's hard for you to test for that.
you know, that's a good question. There's a difference between masks, wearing them, and mandating them. You know, and I'm more speaking to the policy, whether or not the policy was an effective policy. And we can see with the numbers that it's not an effective policy. Now, whether or not the masks work or not, there was only one observational study that they're using, and that's the one out of China. And the rest of the studies are actually systematic reviews rather than studies. So none of those studies, the observational study was repeated, nor was it done in the population groups that we have over here in the United States. And we should really do a more effective studies. So it opens up the questions, and I agree with you. You know, what would have been the effect if we didn't take these precautions? These precautions of asking people to wear masks and social distancing and likewise have been in effect since April, actually probably even before then, but April is basically when the CDC came out with their recommendations. And then, you know, I think, you know, there's no harm in wearing masks, but there is harm in telling people that can't wear masks not to wear or to mandate them. So that's where it's problematic, and that it poses legal concerns as well, that even though the medical professionals maybe they have built themselves an immunity that they put in place back in May, but the legal implications and being put into the courts. And I noticed one of the commissioners, the one in the red shirt, I don't remember your name, was saying something about manpower in the courts. That's a big deal. And so we don't need to tie up our cases here with people that are going to do civil right violation cases in our courts. It's not cost effective. And frankly, you know, I'm watching you guys talk. Money's a big deal right now. So unless we can get that money from somewhere else, I don't know where it's going to come from. So I hopefully I was able to shed some light about my thinking with you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Bjork. And that was Commissioner Lloyd in reference to who you were wondering. So
Thank you,
Any
Commissioner
other-
Lloyd, for your comments about protecting jobs and you know, and being effective on our spending. So
thank you.
I don't think I have anything else to share. If you guys like to email me afterwards, I'll answer anybody's questions later if you like.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, anything else? If not, we'll move forward with our next agenda item. I don't see any hand raised. Mr. Bjork, thank you very much. Appreciate you spending time with us and look forward to your communiques.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good day and be safe.
You
Moving
too.
forward.
Everybody's safe too.
Thank you. Moving forward, our next agenda item is Sweetwater County Travel and Tourism Board, their 2020 annual report. And with us today for that presentation is Miss Meredith. Good morning, good afternoon, Miss Meredith. Janessa?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And the
Commissioners.
floor is yours.
Thank you so much for allowing us some time today to share with you our 2020 annual report for Sweetwater County Travel and Tourism. This is how the lodging tax, the local option lodging tax, was spent in 2020. As you know, the board is made up of 11 appointed volunteers. We get 6 board members from the city of Rock Springs, 2 from Green River, 1 from Superior, 1 from Wamsutter, and 1 from the county commission. Today we have with us our vice chair, Mark Lyon, our treasurer, Devin Brubaker, and our former treasurer and current board member, Janet Hartford, as well.
Welcome.
One of the biggest things to report in the last year was that we moved locations. We were fortunate to have both Commissioner Lloyd and Commissioner Shanefield there for our grand opening on July 1st. So we're really excited to be at that location, that 1641 Elk Street in Rock Springs. So that's Highway 191 heading north to the national parks of Wyoming, a really, really critical area to catch those travelers to and from the national parks of Wyoming. We're really excited to be in that location. As you can see on page 3 there of your report, that's a breakdown of the budget. That's how the budget was spent in fiscal year 2019-2020. The lodging tax collected just over $1 million, which is just slightly above the year before. So overall, the budget is, by state statute, it has to be spent on marketing and promotional efforts. So 76% of the budget is spent on a marketing plan that I'll go through with you here shortly. 8% on event grants, 4% on chamber block grants, 4% on a block grant to the events complex, and then 8% on administration. There on that same page, you can see the block grants for both the chambers and the events complex. We provide staffing, funding for staffing, as well as brochure fulfillment to the chambers. And then the events complex, we do out-of-county marketing grant funding for them as well. On page 4 of that report, as you know, we provide funding to any event that's hosted in Sweetwater County that will generate hotel occupancy. So any event that will cause people to come to Sweetwater County from out of the area and stay in our hotels and campgrounds qualifies for lodging tax funds. So those are either advertising grants or they're sponsorships. So events that need to have advertising to generate spectatorship qualify for advertising dollars. And then the sponsorships are for conventions or culminating events and tournaments where people are coming regardless, and we just want to help support that event while they're here. On page 4 there as well, we have worked really hard for over 10 years now to recruit events to our area. We do some international recruitment. We attend what's called the International Roundup, which is a collaborative of all of the states in the region. They meet once a year and they meet with international tour operators. The last time we met, we had 48 different international tour operators from all around the world. And we were able to have a kind of a speed dating setting with them, which is really, really advantageous for us. 2 minutes to pitch your area and why it should be part of their itinerary. So that's really been effective for us over the past several years. And then we also recruit a lot of sporting events. You can see there on the bottom, one of the most recent successes that we had in 2020 is that I was able to work with both the Rock Springs High School Athletic Director and the Green River High School Athletic Director, and combined our assets in fields and turf and recruit the 2022-2023 state 3A and 4A boys and girls soccer tournaments. So it's huge. That's just huge. 800 competitors and their families each year, an estimated $3 million impact just to host a soccer tournament. So really excited that we can have that partnership between Rock Springs and Green River and really bring together those assets to host those folks. So looking forward to that. Page 5 there, the top of that, that's just some of the committees and boards that I serve on or host. There's a few more than that, but those are the critical ones. On page 5 as well, in 2020, we did what's called Destination Next. It's a survey. Y'all received emails from me about it. Complete the survey, complete the survey. I was stalking everyone in Sweetwater County, right? But it was really helpful. We actually conducted between 50 and 75, I think we were closer to about 65 surveys that we had completed in Sweetwater County from our local leaders and residents. And then we hosted a strategic planning session and went through the results of those surveys, what our strengths were, what our weaknesses are, what our challenges and opportunities might be. And that company created a strategic plan for us going forward. So it was kind of fresh eyes, people who don't live here, have never spent much time here, giving us a perspective on what we could do going forward based on those survey results. And some of the findings we're already working on, continuing to build our brand, supporting the development and retention of quality hospitality workforce, advocating for the tourism industry, and aligning. A few that we really want to work on are the developing the tourism products and experiences. When people come to our area, they want to be led by the hand to see our attractions. They don't necessarily want to go out into the desert and explore and hope they find their way all the time. They want that guided experience, that ticketed attraction. So we're really going to be spending time and effort in the near future to figure out what that looks like. I'll talk in a minute about the Flaming Gorge tour. That's one piece of it, but we're hoping to expand on that as well. The last item is to align the strategic planning efforts with local partners, which would be the county, the cities. It would be ideal if we can align our strategic planning efforts and kind of be all on the same page and sharing resources for the goals that we have going forward. As one of those goals stated, we need to support our local hospitality industry, and we always have done that through the REACH Awards. So we have been doing that since 2008, I believe. So REACH stands for Rare and Exceptional Achievement for Customer Service and Hospitality. We just want to make sure that the folks that are on the front line, that are greeting our guests when they come to our area, are really doing it to the best of their ability. And we want to reward those that are excelling at customer service because it means so much to our area. We can spend a lot of money marketing ourselves and generating visitation, but if they have a bad experience when they're here in market, they're not coming back. So it's really critical that we work on that customer service component. So in addition to that, we are also launching the Certified Tourism Ambassador Program this year. I've emailed you all about that as well. We actually just did our field test. You have your brochures there in your bag. We just had our field test at the end of January, and we're launching it and opening up to the frontline staff in March, early March. So it's a customer service program intended initially for the hospitality and the frontline workers that engage with visitors, but for any resident in Sweetwater County that has a touch point with a visitor or a potential resident. So when someone's coming here to interview for a job, we want to make sure that the people in the HR departments, the realtors, the cell phone vendors, the insurance agents, anybody who is having a point of contact with a new resident or a potential resident, we want them to all be speaking with that same voice of pride and passion for Sweetwater County. So that's what this entire program is about. It's an international program. There's over 35 destinations in the country in Bermuda that have all implemented this program, and it has extreme success. So I'm really excited to get that launched here in the near future. On page 7 there, it goes over some of the board projects that we implemented in 2020. We worked with KUTV2 News out of Salt Lake City, their road tripping program. This is our 3rd year doing that. And this year in 2020, we featured award-winning Downtown Rock Springs. So some of the businesses in Downtown Rock Springs and the farmers market, and it was really, really well received, got them some great recognition for what they do. We also did what's called a Google DMO program. So as you know, if you research anything on Google, it will serve you results and information without you ever going to a website. So Google is becoming the website that generates the information that you're looking for. So it's really critical that Google has the right information and really flattering photos of your area and your businesses, because oftentimes it does not, correct? So we worked with a company to we made 206 contributions to Google, uploaded 144 photos, made 48 edits. The photos that we uploaded have already had over 800,000 views. We also can help any local business with their Google listing and kind of fast track them through that, because that can be kind of a headache if you don't know what you're doing. So we're super excited to be able to offer that as well. We also sponsored the map of the Red Desert. If you haven't seen that, it's a phenomenal map. It's really, really going to increase awareness and usage of that beautiful area. The Flaming Gorge Scenic Byway. So over the years, we've done a lot to obviously promote that loop in that area. And the National Scenic Byways Program designated the Wyoming side of the byway as a state scenic byway years ago, and the Utah side as a national scenic byway. And the next level in the National Scenic Byway Program is All-American Road. So the Wyoming side is considered state, the Utah side is considered national, and we want it to be considered an All-American Road. So oftentimes travelers will plan their whole trip around scenic byways, and the All-American Road status is a really, really big deal. So I worked during the first initial stages of COVID-19 when everybody was shut down, and we'd moved our office on getting the application completed. They opened it up. They hadn't opened it up in 10 years, the application process. So this was the first time they'd opened it up. And so I worked during that time to get the application completed. We updated our corridor management plan of that entire area. I got letters of recommendation from all elected officials, federal, state, local. the commission wrote a letter as well, which was really helpful. So we haven't heard back. We were supposed to hear back on that by December 22nd, but they're waiting, and it looks like until the new administration takes over, and then we'll hear back on whether or not we were successful with that application. But it's a really big deal, so I'm really still optimistic about it. I'm also optimistic about the Flaming Gorge Tour. That's not in your guide. We weren't able to launch it in 2020. We did a test run in June. COVID-19 shut all of that down because of the physical proximity of those buses, and it just didn't make sense, and we didn't want to launch it at a time where we couldn't really give it the due respect that it deserves. So there's some photos of it. Did I pass that? Oh, yes. Did you see the photos? Okay. I wanted to make sure you got to look at them. So this goes into that 76% of our budget is spent on marketing. So some of those statistics are in your brochure there. We sent out over 17,000 travel guides in 2020. We have a monthly e-newsletter that goes out to over 54,000 qualified leads. We cleansed our database. We used to have over 90-some thousand. We cleansed it. We made them opt in again, sent out another email saying you want to still receive our email. 54,000 of them are still receiving our monthly email. And then our website, we had 132,379 unique visitors to our website in 2020, which was really exciting. And also we launched our new website in March of 2020, completely revamped in every way. And really we're excited to receive 2 different awards for that website from Travel Weekly and Web Marketing Association as well. So if you haven't checked it out, it's at tourwyoming.com, or explorewi.com is owned by us as well. So there are some images in your guide of some of our advertising efforts. What's critical to know about 2020 is that we did receive some CARES Act DMO relief funds, and we're able to double our campaign. So typically we run a spring campaign encouraging summer travel because we don't have as much tourism product to sell in the wintertime. So we keep the entire budget. We launch a spring campaign for summer travel. So with the CARES Act DMO relief funds, we were able to do a fall and winter campaign, which we've never done before, which was really exciting. Before I go into that, I'm going to show you the original video that we use, and you've seen it a few times before. We've been using this for a few years. So this is the traditional video that we use. Is there no audio?
While we're waiting, could you tell us a little bit about the Flaming Gorge Tour?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. So we're hoping that this summer we can launch it on Thursdays and Fridays. It's a full day guided tour. So we have a tour guide, Lucy Diggins Wold. She was with Game and Fish for over 20 years. She's phenomenal. She's our step-on tour guide. So folks will load the bus at our visitor center on Elk Street, and then they will take a ride all the way around Flaming Gorge with top stops at interpretive points, lunch down at the bottom. So yeah, it's a full day experience. It's great. There are a couple people who've been on it, but yeah, I'll say it's really phenomenal. I'm a little bit biased, but it's phenomenal. So I'm really hoping we can get that launched this summer. Okay, we'll just skip them because you've seen this one. Oh, it did, didn't it? Yeah. I couldn't tell if that was someone's cell phone or.
There it is.
In Southwest Wyoming, there's a path to adventure waiting to be explored. Experience our dynamic art scene, charming downtown events, and trendy hotspots in Rock Springs. Visit Green River to explore pristine Wyoming landscapes you can't find anywhere else. Put some dirt on your boots and hike to breathtaking vistas. Or discover one of our favorite ways to cool off in the summertime. Jump out of the car and into adventure at Lake Flaming Gorge, where it's not just about getting here, it's about getting out, making once-in-a-lifetime memories with the ones you love, and savoring the great outdoors. Don't just vacation, explore in Rock Springs and Green River, Wyoming.
Well, I just love it. So that's our traditional commercial that we've used. So with the CARES Act funding, like I said, we were able to launch a fall and a winter campaign. Never have we done that before, ever. So those are some of the advertising elements that you see there. I'll show you the winter ones as well. That was a winter spread that we did as well. So the next video up is the fall. So we kind of used what we had and just added fall elements. So I'll show you what that looks like as well.
In Southwest Wyoming, a path to art, history, culture, and small-town charm is waiting to be discovered. We're committed to keeping our wide-open spaces safe for all. Remember to stay clean, stay safe, and stay informed while adventuring responsibly in Sweetwater County. Don't just vacation, explore in Rock Springs and Green River, Wyoming.
There we go. Sorry. So all of that marketing included messaging to let travelers know that we were safe and clean and ready for visitors to come here. The messaging that we used was, here in Sweetwater County, we'll be ready to welcome you back when the time is right. And now more than ever, the well-being of locals, visitors, and wildlife are a top priority. When you're ready to explore again, remember to travel responsibly so we can all enjoy the epic adventures and wild beauty only found in Rock Springs and Green River. In the meantime, discover vivid imagery, videos, and virtual tours of Southwest Wyoming to inspire your future getaways. So definitely use a lot of messaging in our new restaurant guide as well. You guys have that in your bag. We've never done a restaurant guide. We were able to do that with some safety messaging in there as well, on the new sign outside, and a lot of social media messaging, encouraging travel in a safe and healthy way. So this is the winter one.
In Southwest Wyoming, a path to art, history, culture, and small-town charm is waiting to be discovered. We're committed to keeping our wide-open spaces safe for all. Remember to stay clean, stay safe, and stay informed while adventuring responsibly in Sweetwater County. Don't just vacation, explore in Rock Springs and Green River, Wyoming.
One of the things I wanted to mention about that as well is that our lodging tax collection for both in September and November was up in 2020 over 2019. So we've never ever been able to directly see a brand new marketing campaign that we've never done with lodging tax reflection. We can't account for all of it, but really, really exciting to see that. September was up 28% over 2019. So really excited about that. There's also some additional measurements there at the back of your report. Usually we just do a conversion study and we measure the effectiveness of our travel guide. But with this additional funding, we were able to do an advertising effectiveness and conversion study. So we doubled our marketing campaign and we're able to double our research, which was really exciting. So the advertising that we placed with that entire campaign influenced almost $73 million in visitor spending. The ROI for every advertising dollar spent was 330. Advertising influenced almost 58,000 visits. And then the awareness piece is really exciting for me, and the sentiment piece. So the advertising excelled at communicating many intended messages, most notably vast landscapes full of endless natural beauty and escape to the comfort of wide open spaces. So that was our main message, and that was conveyed, and the visitors were aware of that. Advertising worked to influence travel from all markets that we tested. So Denver, Salt Lake, and Wyoming as a whole are the markets that we were targeting. And travel was influenced from all markets. And then the advertising generated awareness in almost 800,000 households. So those videos were really, really effective in generating awareness. So we're really excited about that. And then the Wyoming Office of Tourism spends $250,000 or more every year to measure total travel impact. So much more than what we're able to afford to measure. And what they show, these are 2019, they don't have their 2020 results out yet, but in 2019, the total travel spending in Sweetwater County was $160.1 million, supporting over 1,400 jobs. There were 609,000 visitors to Sweetwater County in 2019. And visitor spending saved each Sweetwater County household $502. There were $1.4 million in overnight, or 1.4 million overnight stays in 2019. The total earnings by residents working in tourism was $35.6 million, and Sweetwater County visitors paid $8.5 million in taxes. So those are really exciting numbers. That's from the Dean Runyon report. You'll see that referenced occasionally. And then the top 5 Sweetwater County visitor activities that we measured, most folks are on their way to the national parks. So Yellowstone is number 1. Number 2 are outdoor activities. So fishing, hiking, camping, biking, climbing, rafting. Number 3 is wildlife viewing. Number 4 is Grand Teton National Park. And number 5 is self-guided driving tours. So as you can see from that, the total direct travel spending in Sweetwater County in 2019 was $160.1 million. And that's more than $438,630 per day spent by visitors in Sweetwater County. So tourism is really big business in Sweetwater County, and I'm really proud to be a part of it. So thank you for allowing us to share all of our info with you as fast as I could today. Are there any questions?
Thank you, commissioners. Questions? Commissioner Tolman?
I just have a comment. I'm sure you are aware of the science teacher Bear who did the adventure guide to 99 public land spots in Wyoming.
Yes, I have. I've seen it. It's incredible. Yes.
Okay, other questions?
My only
Commissioner Schmidt?
recommendation would be more Mickelson family and less Max. So that's
I would
just me.
second that.
That's just me.
I'll let him know. Get out of the frame.
Brutal.
I'll send him a message after this.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
And one more comment, Mr. Chairman. I really think this is great stuff. And I think really when we start to talk about economic diversity, our most ready-made economic diversification we can go into is travel and tourism. I mean, and I think this is the direction we have to go is when we start to talk about diversification, we have to look about what's there. And we have a great area to visit. We're a byway to Yellowstone and other great pieces. We have to find a way to continue to encompass that to help grow our economy, because I think that's an important facet in our future.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Lloyd. Other comments, commissioners? Commissioner Schenkel?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just also wanted to echo that Janessa has been a part of our SEDC group as well, and has provided valuable input to that. And I think that that's part of the work moving forward to try to diversify our economy and make us the best that we can be. So thank you for your work. This is great.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Other comments, commissioners? No other comments? Ms. Meredith, thank you very much. Thanks for a job well done. And I don't really think your list of involvement in the community is as thorough as you present it, but
The big one.
the big ones, but your involvement is greatly appreciated, and your work does not go unnoticed, and we appreciate what you do, as well as it does take a county of people to support it as well. So, we thank those people for providing what it is you can do for all of us. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you being here.
Thank you
Stay,
so much.
stay safe, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, as we move forward, commissioners, our next agenda item will be tab X, which is a request to close County Road 73 Brooks Ranch Road to the public, and I believe is Versamac. Did I say that right? Versamac Are you prepared to present and talk with us based on the letter you sent with us, or here to answer questions? Okay, would you please come up to the podium, please introduce yourself, any guests you have with you,
Sure.
and who you're associated with?
So I'm Dana Versamak, Dawn and
Welcome,
Peggy's
Dana.
daughter, the current owners of what was formerly known as Binchwai Ranch. And Peggy's actually here today. She didn't think she would be coming, so I was going to be the gopher girl. But anyways, yes, we sent a letter requesting, or she did requesting that, and can entertain questions or
Okay,
comments
very
that you
good.
have?
Let me, we did receive a letter and it was in our packet, and I've got to find my cursor. I'm sorry. And I believe as I read the letter, let me increase it a little bit. There's a request to close. One more click. There we go. Basically, you described the road and you're requesting that that road be closed or vacated for public access. Is that correct?
Correct. I mean,
Use, public use.
public use.
Okay. Commissioners, I took the liberty to, when I saw it on the agenda, I took the liberty to get a map. Have you seen this map?
I don't believe so.
Here, I'll give you this one. I took a liberty of making a copy of the map, and because the story, picture tells many stories, and I believe that section of road to be requested lies on that map. I don't know if everybody can find it or not, commissioners. All right, so would you explain some of the thoughts behind why you're requesting this vacated?
Yeah, the closure. So primarily it fits our ranching goals, if you will. And the only reason that road exists is to get us from the main winter ranch, which is right there at that intersection, up to a residence at what they called the summer headquarters. So that road takes a fairly good beating, especially on a year like this when it's out a lot of moisture, and it just basically becomes just really fine dust. So there isn't anything other than non-essential travel going through there. Most people take County Road 30 around the main Baxter Road. So,
okay.
And of course we would certainly keep it open or open it up if fire trucks or emergency crews or anything needed to get through. That's not our purpose, is to do anything like that. Just save the county some expense and time with maintaining it, because there's really no purpose to maintain it other than for us, that we don't use that residence generally in the wintertime.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioners, at this time, I'll open the floor up to questions regarding this secret request.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Smith?
thank you. What kind of impact has this had on your livestock to have you lost animals because of cars, trucks passing through?
Not particularly there. We have had a lot of death loss this last year. We aren't able to attribute it to people going through there, but we would change our plan as far as how we manage the livestock and graze the livestock if this were closed more permanently. We would focus putting the cattle in there at certain times of the year to graze.
Okay, thank you. Sure. Any other questions, Commissioner Smith?
No.
Not at the moment, okay. Other commissioners, questions? We'll let them study the map a little bit.
I guess what's your main reason, I guess, for wanting to close it?
Really just to be able to graze our cattle in a different way than we've done in the past.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith?
Do we have a recommendation from staff? from
Well,
Supervisor Yersky, or-
do you, not at this point in time, because the letter came to us and that type of thing. We do know that there's a process that would have to go through, but let's do our questioning first and see if that's where we want to go or not. Other questions? Commissioner Shanefield.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would like some historical information on why this road was opened in the first place. And that I'm guessing could come from staff or I don't know if you have any information on that.
Thank you. Anything else?
Just for staff is if there's any other reason, if the sole purpose of this road was put in to service that property, then that answers my question. So.
Thank you. Other questions?
Yeah, I guess this would be more of a staff question, and if we're able to answer those down the road, but what is the process and how typically have we closed down county roads? Because this is an interesting road that it does cover a portion of the Brooks Ranch, but it also goes over some BLM land and multiple spots of BLM land. So I just wondered what the typical process like this would be.
Yeah, and I think we'd have to ask our county attorney's office what the process would be. But I've got a few things to say, but I'm waiting until you, as commissioners, ask your questions. Go ahead, you got a question?
No, I'm waiting for you.
No, I'm gonna give you, as commissioners, you have first right to the floor and for me to listen, and then I will share a little bit. Are you ready? Okay, go back, huh?
So ready.
So ready. Going back to your question, Mr. Lloyd, and historically with the commission over the years, there has been a real strong stance to not close any roads, because once you close a road, whether it's a 2-track or whether it's a county road or whatever road it is, it will probably never get reopened. Second of all, so many of our roads that we strive to keep open are access to state and public lands which belong to the people as a whole. If you look at this story that I placed in front of you as a map, those roads, that road has direct access to BLM, to state land. Even if you chose to say, hey, we're going to close the road, you look at one end of it and you can see where you could access BLM land. And you could zigzag from BLM to state land and still connect. But realistically, there's deep, inaccessible ramp. Just a minute, I have the floor. I'll give you the floor, please. Thank you. And that type of thing. So just to share with you, historically, the county commission has taken the stance that we don't close any roads for access to state or public lands. Now, there's an exception to that, and it was one that we did a while back at Farson. It was an easement. It was not a county road. It was on private property, and there was still possibility of access on the other side through canal roads and that. So I won't say we will close easements, but have really supported keeping roads open, and even so much as asking federal partners to justify when they start closing roads. So that's the history behind it and that type of thing. So now I will give up the floor to our esteemed guest. No, you're fine. Thank you. The floor is yours. Okay. Thank you for that. Yes. Understand. Yeah, thank you for that clarification, but the map looks a little different than, yeah, and that type of thing, and those are taken right off of our survey map, so thank you. So that's where, what I've heard, so now we're sitting as a new commission, and philosophies do change from commission to commission, and I acknowledge and accept that. So at that point in time, that's the history I can share with you, Commissioner Lloyd, and the feeling about accessibility. I'll leave it right there, and if I'll look to my esteemed commissioner who served many years on the Conservation District, and she might be able to inform me differently from that stance.
I don't know. Thanks for putting me on the spot here.
Well, no, we've worked on those things. You know, the road mapping and everything that we know is pre-decisional.
Right, yeah. It's a tough question. You know, I support not closing any county roads very strongly because of the BLM trying to close roads. I understand your position of going through private property, but I just don't know that if we did take it through a public process, it would draw a lot of probably comment from the public. And I'm afraid that might be more detrimental to you as a rancher and landowner than it would be to leave the roads. I don't know how you would feel about that because it does have to go through a public process. Yeah. But you know how people are. Once they know something is brought to the public limelight, they're going to jump on board and say, oh man, I've got to have that road to get over there. I've got to have that road to go through there to hunt. So I don't know. I think you should carefully weigh that as a family. Do you want that kind of public scrutiny right through the middle of your ranch?
That's for another time, right? Thank you. We'd have the action, we have the option to take no action on your letter, which basically means it allows everybody to take some time to look at it. I do believe if we took action and it failed, then you'd have to get a commissioner that supported the fail to bring it back up in time. So at that point in time with your question, that leans in the favor of what the commission wants to do. You know, it's that's where I would go, is I would look at my fellow commissioners and say, well, I guess you could go through a consensus thought without a vote at this point in time. So if anybody would like to start off what their feelings are or consensus, Commissioner Shanefield.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I feel that this should be postponed just to allow us to do a little bit further research, to allow them to weigh, you know, what the process would be to get with our public lands folks and see how everything that you would have to go through to get this closed officially. And then, you know, if you choose to come back or you choose to put it back on the agenda, then we would be more than happy to hear that in total. I don't feel like we have enough information right now. So. Right.
Excuse me, you guys speak loud because we do want it as part of the record. No, that's fine. I'm just reminding.
None of us have enough information. We were just told this was our first
Okay.
I guess if you have any information you can give us on the process about what we need to do to get you more.
Here's,
then you let us know.
okay, what I would suggest, if, let's find out if we're going to postpone this first. Okay? I have,
Yes.
huh?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Lloyd?
I would prefer a postponement too until we had more information. I'd even like to go drive the road just to see what we're talking about and have a concept.
See, that's just what they don't want, Roy.
But well, it's open, so I can now, Jeff. So,
Yeah.
but I think if I saw the road and saw the area, it would make more sense into making a decision for myself.
Mrs. Toman, or Commissioner Toman, your thoughts, postpone?
I think at this point, maybe.
Okay. So going
But if you have more information you can get to us, let us know.
to fully understand the process to go through, I would suggest that your next steps from here, because we're not going to bring it up for a motion or anything, we're just going to leave it live, which means it's for a later date. I would suggest you start with our road, Director of Roads, Public Works, Mr. Legursky, and then share exactly the letter and everything, and then he will take a look at it and probably visit with our legalese and see what the process is and get back to you and see if there's anything you need to do. Yeah, and he would all come from our Public Works Director, starting with him, Mr. Legursky, whose office is downstairs. Okay. All right. Well, then we'll talk with our legalese. Okay, and then we'll have conversation with our county attorney's office. I think I've drove it a few times. I've hunted it a lot. Thank you very much. Anything else, commissioners? Do you want to keep that? You've got hundreds of them. Thank you. All right, with that, thank you for visiting with us. Have a safe trip back home. Be safe. Thank you. You always.
Good luck with your mask problem.
That was good. Good luck with your mask problem. That's why you live in the country and run a ranch. You don't have to worry about those orders, right? Okay, let's move on, commissioners, if it's all right with you. Our next agenda item, tab Y, an application for land patent from the BLM for the Justice Center complex. And with us to go through with that is Mr. Legursky. You're there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman.
Very good, Mr. Legursky. I'll turn the floor over to you, but we can barely hear you.
Is that better? You can only barely hear me?
Yes, that's right. Barely. You might have to get closer to your computer, bud.
Is that better?
Yep, whole lot.
Okay. So what you have before you is out at the detention facility complex. That is still BLM land. And I've been talking to the BLM over the past couple months, and they hadn't billed us for about 15 years. So they finally billed us, and they said, well, how can we prevent this bill from coming due every year? And they said, well, you can apply for a patent on the land. And basically that's us owning the land. We would still need to abide by the RMPP lease and the intents of those lease, but we would own the land and we wouldn't need to basically rent it from them every year. For jail complexes, they actually give us a deal, and basically what it would be is $10 per acre, 105 acres. So you're looking at $1,050 and then $100 filing fee. And we would actually own the land underneath the jail complex. So we wouldn't have to pay for the lease every year. So I figured I'd fill out the application, discuss it with you guys and see if you wanted to move forward with this.
Thank you, Mr. Legursky. Commissioners, you have the application that was presented as part of your packet. Any questions for Mr. Legursky regarding the application?
Yes.
Commissioner Toman?
Would they have to advertise this as a public parcel or something like that? If you went for a land patent?
They would have to advertise it, but it wouldn't be a public parcel because we are already 70% through our development plans on that parcel as it pertained to the original RMPP lease. So it wouldn't be bought out from underneath us, if that's what you're asking.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Tolman. Other questions, commissioners? Nothing else. Commissioners, what's your pleasure regarding this application and authorizing the chairman to sign?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Smith,
I do move that we approve the application for land for recreation or public purposes for the Justice Center complex and have the chairman allowed to sign all pertaining documents.
thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Smith to approve the application and authorize the chairman to sign. Is there a second?
Second.
Got a second from Commissioner Lloyd. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Legursky. Okay, up next on tab AA. Wow. The discussion, oh, I'm sorry, tab Z. Approval of the Wyoming water quality permit to construct for the detention center grinder pump project. And that is also with you, Mr. Legursky. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, if you guys remember back during our budget hearing last year, I approached you guys for a project to install a grinder pump or some other alternative method to allow the effluent that comes out of the jail and the Justice Center complex to be ground into smaller pieces. So the West Side Water and Sewer District Pump Station could better handle what was coming out of the jail. Over the past 15 years, there's been several conversations back and forth between West Side and facilities managers of how we can best remedy this. Sheriff Gross Nichols been involved. They've cut things on the commissary. They've done different things. So stuff just didn't get flushed down the toilets. With everybody's best intention, they are still having to clean out their main lift station there about twice a month. That lift station should only be cleaned maybe once every 2 months. 1 month, or one time a month at the most. Some of the pictures that we have are I don't want to say disturbing, but if you've worked with sewer, they're pretty gross. What gets collected in their bag screen. And what this is a vault on the outside, past where we would even expand. And it's an inline grinder pump that we just set in there with a vault, and it grinds everything that goes through there and chops it into 1/4-inch pieces so it can be pumped. This pump that I've looked at and researched has been used, in all the big name facilities. I mean, we're talking Rikers Island and those type places. So it's got a very well reputation, and they've been around for about 25 years in various locales. And like I said, it's an inline pump. There will be maintenance on it. Our guys will take care of that and power to it. But I think it's a way that we can solve this problem for everybody and continue helping everybody out.
Thank you, Mr. Legursky. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Toman.
What's the cost of the project?
I budgeted $200,000, $50,000 in engineering and $150,000 in for construction right now, because I worked with an engineering group here just to develop the plans, but told them exactly what I need, and they need us to get it down. We're about 6,000 into engineering instead of 50. So we might be 10 or 12,000 into that. Construction right now, I haven't got a firm price on the pump, but I'm guessing it's going to be south of 75 to south of 100,000 to make sure. The vault is a rather large vault, and I haven't looked into what the transportation cost will be when we get it out of Casper or Salt Lake, where the contractor gets it out of. So I would say south of 100,000. But the thing is we will have to bid this because it'll be over 25,000. You guys will have a chance to approve that bid when it comes through.
Thank you, Gene. Other questions, commissioners? Gene, this issue that's been going on for a number of years, it's pretty well been narrowed down that the problem at their lift station or with their pipes being plugged has been directly associated with the detention center. Is that correct?
Not 100%, no. But the majority of it does, because you can put strainers in a manhole and figure out where different stuff is coming from. I won't say 100% of the material is coming from us, but the vast majority, 95% plus, is coming from our facility.
Okay, very good. If we move forward with this project, will this project be finished by the end of this fiscal year's budget?
We will try to. It all depends on, right now we're having a very mild winter, but the ground is still frozen. So we are going to try to bid this. DQ has 60 days to look at this permit. Sometimes they get it done in 10, sometimes they take 59 days. So as soon as we get the DEQ permit, we can put it out to bid and start working through that process. It takes about a month to bid something, and then shop drawings and everything, you're probably looking at another month before they put a shovel in the ground. So we'll try to rush it as much as possible, but this is the first step in getting everything going.
It sure would be nice to have all of our capital projects done by the end of this fiscal year, so we know exactly where we're at with.
It would, your chairman, but we would have a bid by that, so I would know how much we have to carry over. And, I don't want to overuse a project, but this is I term it a public safety, because if a plug's up and they don't have something, we have to do something with the jail, and we don't want to do that alternative.
No. Okay, thank you. Other questions, commissioners? Any other thoughts? What's your pleasure regarding this application, I believe?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move that we approve the Wyoming water quality permit, which will be used to construct a grinder pump at the detention center.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the permit authorizing the chairman
Chairman to sign? No.
sign too. Is there a second?
I second.
We've got a second from Commissioner Tolman. Any further discussion, commissioners? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Gene. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Mr. Legursky with us again for the discussion of a possible remodel of the community room at the courthouse. Mr. Legursky, you're on.
This is just a discussion, as you know, by closing down the juvenile probation building down the street. The VSO is going to have to move over to the courthouse. Sam opens up in Green River on Wednesdays every week. Juvenile probation also has to spot use offices over here. One of the original thoughts was to take the community room and remodel it into 2 offices. We can do that with permanent walls. We can do that with partitions, and make some nice office spaces. The best thing for the VSO is to be over here. They can use the HR waiting room while they're waiting. They're out of the public space and everything like that. And then Sam can come over, much like she does up in the area in the HHS building, and just come over and grab them and meet with them over in the community room. So it's right across the way. We've looked at other areas to do that, and it's not as conducive for this area as a community room. One of the things when I did discuss this with Cindy that was brought up, if we do permanent, she kind of loses her space for voting and elections and stuff like that. And if you guys can remember back at the beginning of August and also in November, we were running about 1,000 people a day downstairs. So that's why we've kind of thrown around both ways. But I wanted to discuss it with you guys and find out which way you guys want to lean, and I'll direct our guys to do whatever you guys want.
Okay,
with
thank
that
you,
room.
Gene. Commissioners, questions, thoughts? Commissioner Shanefield.
Gene, do we have the partitions already, or would that be something we'd have to purchase?
We would have to purchase them. They'd be about $2,000. We do have one old one that we pulled out of the garage right now, but they're not tall enough to be able to completely isolate the sound. They're only 5-footers. We would need 7-footers to make sure that private conversations stay private with the VSO personnel.
Thank you. And how much would it cost approximately off the top of your head to actually do some construction and create some
The
office
rough
space?
numbers is 25,000, and that's depending. I haven't, anytime we do construction in the courthouse or any building, we have to get a asbestos test on everything. We don't know, there's a chance that those tiles down there would have asbestos in them, probably in the mastic. So we'd have to remedy that, depending on how far we went. So my initial guess would be 25,000 without asbestos testing.
Thank you. Other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Tolman, do you have a question?
Well, did, Ms. Lane, do you have a comment regarding your storage space?
I only use that space every 2 years. We had the early absentee vote center this year. If that space is gone, I would not have anywhere to hold that again in the future. However, it is only used every 2 years. So that is something to think about if that was beneficial for the community. However, I also understand the need for the space.
Thank you. Commissioner Shanefeld, yeah.
What about the use of, so I know we talked about moving, oh my gosh, why can't I think of it? Up at the Golden Hour. Is there room in that building, in those classrooms, to use one of those rooms for some office and meeting space as well? I mean, I know they're not going to use the whole space from what we talked about.
There is, and the VSO actually used to be located up there when the building was occupied by community health. One of the things about that is, depending on who comes in with VSO, we want Sam to be around other people, to have them in that portion of the building. And if the conservation district folks aren't there, that leaves her alone up in a building by herself, or in a wing of a building by herself, and that causes some concerns for me.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Floor
Would
is
it be
yours.
possible to partner with Golden Hour Senior Center and maybe put her in one of their offices or something? I don't know if they're using all of their space all the time, or, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to come up with
Yeah,
some other
no,
options.
and I went through that, and I appreciate the question. They are using almost all of their room on that wing, so it'd be in the other wing.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all? Thank you. Commissioners, other questions? Not at all. Gene, if the office was temporary downstairs and or the community room was temporary, the area with partitions, and then it was needed to be used for other community and functions, not just only elections, could be some other purposes, could the VSO person use Castle Rock room or some other room?
Yes, they could. Not on a permanent basis, but she's only over here on a Wednesday. So as long as she advertises and lets her clientele know they're coming over, the veterans, plenty of time, a heads up, we can move it whenever. Because when she moved out of the juvenile probation building, Gary and her got together and let everybody know a couple weeks in advance that they'd be moving over to the courthouse. So everybody knew exactly where to go. So that's not that big of a deal as long as we have enough heads up. And talking with Cindy, we know, obviously when elections are and stuff like that, that we could do that. Also, we've been working with Tim Knight and getting the scheduling software inside of Outlook better so everybody can reserve rooms and understand how to do that. Has helped out quite a bit because we do have a lot of flex space available. Between the engineering conference room, lawyers have a conference room. We have, the Castle Rock room, your guys' room on occasion. There is flex space, but the hard part is to get an office where you can have a private conversation and to have a place for people for a waiting room that's out of the public thoroughfare in the hallways.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? With no more questioning, I would almost, doesn't have to be a motion, we're just giving some direction, but I'm thinking if you as commissioners will be supportive of it, is possibly, and I think about $25,000 plus any asbestos at for one day and whatever. I'm leaning, my personal consensus is leaning to a partition down there. And then if that room's needed for some other event, because it is on the calendar, someone else may need it. We do have other rooms for VSO that one day that week. So that's just my thoughts. Anybody else?
I don't mind Sam using my office on Wednesdays.
That's
if
what-
you wanted.
Yeah, I
so
agree.
there's a waiting space out front.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. I would, if Sam needed a private spot or she needs something, they can use my office too. And Lauren feels the same way, but I'm just kind of checking first, partitions versus permanent. I'm seeing a lot of nods of heads.
25,000 is too much right now.
I sense you. Feel your pain.
I like looking at the partitions and then going from there if that doesn't work. And I think Commissioner Smith actually had a possible idea too. We're in our office some, but we're not in our offices some of us aren't in our offices on a continual basis. And there are some options we can look about in some shared space too.
Thank you. And I will share with you, Mr. McLean has, along with Gene, been thinking about other alternative spaces that may not be on the schedule for the building. All right, Mr. Legursky, I think it's consensus of the commission that temporary partitions to start out down in the room, nothing permanent. And Gary, will have that flexibility as well. She will find rooms if that room is needed to do her work. Is that fair enough to say?
It is. Thank you for the direction.
All right, thank you very much for taking the time to look into all that for us. Appreciate it. All right, let's continue to move on, Commissioners. Our next item up is we have Mr. Brubaker, our direct CEO from the airport, and he's here to talk to us about a Federal Aviation Administration Airport Improvement Program Entitlement Transfer Agreement. Mr. Brubaker, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Appreciate the time. Before you today is a Airport Improvement Program Entitlement Transfer Agreement. And what this is a administrative transfer of grant dollars. So each year we have $1 million entitlement that we get from the Airport Improvement Program for capital investments at our airport. And we are able to borrow, if you will, those funds forward and backwards amongst other airports in the state. So when an airport isn't using their capital funds and their capital program in 1 year, they can basically put that money up to be able to be borrowed by other airports that need more than their $1 million. And then in subsequent years, we pay them back with our entitlement. So this is basically an administrative formality. We borrowed, you all approved a agreement to borrow $1 million from Gillette and $1 million from Riverton. And this is the first year of payback going to Gillette. Next year, we'll do the exact same thing, paying back Riverton. And we are working on another one of these for the terminal project as well, where we'll borrow 2022 funds from somebody and pay them back in 2023 to help provide gap funding basically for the terminal project. So it's really just a formality at this point of just transferring the money back. And just to be clear, there's no money transferring hands at the county level, the airport level, the city level. It's done at the FAA level in purely administrative form. So there was no debt service, no loans, no interest, any of those items. I just want to be abundantly clear about that because I know that some people in social media world were a little concerned about airport borrowing this kind of money, and it's not really a loan. So just want to put that out there.
Thank you. Okay, any questions for Mr. Brubaker? Go ahead, Ms. Toman.
I'm ready to make a motion if no one else.
Okay, at this
I
point, in
move
time-
to approve the transfer.
okay, we have a motion to approve the transfer by Commissioner Toman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any further discussion? So we're all clear that we know we'll continue to see these things and they're working together. Very good. With that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Devin. Make sure we have some or Sally, so we know that we get those signed by Mr. De Leon and myself.
Yep.
And then I think once they're signed and Sally closes that document, it'll be sent immediately to the city of Rock Springs.
You can either send it to Kristen over at the city or to me, and I can get it to Kristen either way. It'll be before city council tonight for their approval.
So my understanding is it's like a document that will have to be sent as an attachment to either you or Rock Springs City Council.
Yes, it's not like the automatic PDF signature on regular grants. It's just going through Adobe where just email attachment after you two sign it, email attachment to either Kristen or me, and then I can get it over to the city, and then it'll have to go to the airport board after that. So, and
okay, got that, Sally? All right, thank you.
all right.
Thank you,
And
Devin.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, just real briefly, just because I've been charged by Department of Homeland Security to get the word out as much as possible. As of 11:59 p.m. last night, it is now federal law that when you step foot on airport property at any airport in the country, you have to wear a mask. In the parking lots, on the ramps, in your hangars, anywhere on airport property, it's now federal law. And we are, as the airport, responsible for enforcement of that law now, which is a little daunting because I don't carry a badge or a gun. But if we do not enforce that law, we are subject to $10,000 fine on each occurrence as the airport. So just putting it out there, we put it out on our social media, but I know there's another audience that you have here. Please don't shoot the messenger. It's by presidential executive order, and our hands are tied. We have to enforce it. So when you come to the airport, please wear your mask. I'm not going to be out in the parking lot policing it, I'll tell you that. But when you do come in our buildings in the terminal, we will have to ask you to wear a mask if you're not wearing one. So
What agency will be responsible for enforcing this?
us, the airport, and if they do not comply, we are charged with escorting them off our property and then contacting Department of Homeland Security for further investigation and processing. Because this is a public meeting, I will keep my opinions about this pretty close to the vest, but I'll just say it's a gross overreach of Department of Homeland Security and having us be the enforcing party.
It's kind of like it's kind of like unfunded mandates that come from the state to us.
Yes.
We get it. Thank
So,
you.
yep. Thank you for that, being able to mention that in this
No,
platform. So,
and I'm glad you did, because had I known it, I would have brought it up and just shared. But thank you for sharing that. It went out, I'm sure, from here, and wherever else we can help, let us know. Thank
awesome.
you.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you for being here. Be
Mr.
safe.
Word, in the words
Yes.
of our former presenter, good luck with your mask problem.
Oh, yes. Wasn't that great?
Appreciate the support. Appreciate the support.
Mr. Chairman, if I might
Go ahead.
add, that order, the way I read it, and on all federal land.
All federal lands.
Federal lands.
We're gonna wear masks on the BLM now.
Yeah, the security directive, because it came out as a security directive from Department of Homeland Security to airports, actually tells us that we need to determine the proper amount of time between exact words, between sips and bites, of if you should have a mask on between sips and bites. And it's our job to determine what the appropriate length between that sip and your next sip is, if you should have a mask on. So yes, it's troubling, to say the least. So.
Big brother, we are here to protect you.
We need to watch our platform, please. I just want to know, we
So-
represent
You couldn't do it. I
we
know, I
represent
know.
everybody
Well,
in
and
Sweetwater County.
I want to be clear, I'm not speaking for or against masks when I say this. I have issues with airports, non-law enforcement officer being charged with escorting people off of public property. That's just
understandable.
troubling. So,
It is understandable.
yeah,
But anyhow, thanks for sharing.
thank you.
You bet. Take care. Be safe. Good luck. Okay, with that, our next on our agenda is the library appointment, board appointment. And with that, we have it is due to an expiring term. And Ms. Leash is the one that's leaving it. She is eligible for reappointment, as well as there are two new applicants, William Journey, Lenore Perry. And so that if she's eligible, that means she has not termed out. It's a 3-year term. So with that in mind, I will reach out to my fellow commissioners and your thoughts for the library board. Let's start out with the library board liaison.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. After consulting with Director Grubb, our recommendation would be to reappoint Debbie Leash. She is currently the treasurer, has been a very active member of that committee, that library, and with some of the changes and directions we're going in within the budget and different things, and with all the COVID changes, I think it's really good to have some continuity on some of these boards as we move forward. And I think she would be a great person to continue. I do want to thank William Journey and Lenore Perry for putting in. I only know William Journey a little bit, but I do know Lenore, and I think they both would be valuable members of that board. But I think at this time, the recommendation would be moving forward with Debbie Leash.
Thank you, Commissioner Lloyd. Any other thoughts from the other commissioners? No? With that, I believe did you make a motion, or would you like to, Commissioner?
I'll make a formal motion. I move that we reappoint Debbie Leash to the library board.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Lloyd to reappoint Debbie Leash to the library board. Is there a second?
I'll Second.
second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. We have a board member appointment. With that, the next step is commissioners under other, and there's two things, and that's anything we want to add to the agenda for next meeting. Second thing, which is really, then we go to 3, is also for the good of the order of the commission, anything you'd like to visit with. And then, of course, the third thing I did add on the agenda is to take a look at those inter agencies. I'm sorry. Our county attorney just walked in and took his mask off, and when the way he did it, it just reminded me of the last 3 visitors we had from the agenda. Thank you, Mr. County Attorney. Anyway, with that in mind, we also have to go over the stuff that I added regarding what groups we want to work with for the budget, and then look at those appointments for tomorrow night. So let's start out, first of all, for the good of the order, for the next agenda. I believe we have requested that Rob Slaughter does a presentation to help set our reserve limits. The other thing is Bonnie Berry is on, and when we move into dividing up the budget for us to work with, she's going to come on. But one of the things is she will be at the next meeting to also talk about the budget and see, review the schedule so we can approve it. I might say, Ms. Shoemaker, that Rob Slaughter's position would either be for the next meeting or the meeting after that. He has the option of 2 meetings. Okay, so anything else on the agenda for anybody else for the next meeting? Okay, with that, the next thing we'll move into quickly, let's look at the Sweetwater County intergovernmental sheet that has the tables on it, please. Just so we know, at the ambulance level from Granger, we do know they have a councilman, I think that's going to, and Sally will get their name. So I think we have Sweetwater County. I'll just use, instead of lead liaison, Jeff, Commissioner Smith. And then under special purpose, we have co-lead Commissioner Shanefield and Commissioner Lloyd. I think that's going to be a big lift. You'll both have to work very closely together. When I talk about joint communications, that's directly tied to the MOU, and I'll talk to that tomorrow night at the group, but primarily conversation pieces for the joint communications, talking about the contract and that'll be the people that are part of it, the county and the 2 cities, and also involved will be their legalese representation, because we may have to take a look at that MOU, and we've had our county attorney look at that in the past. So with that, let's look at joint communications. Who's the liaison, new liaison?
I am the new liaison.
Do you wish to be the county contact for that?
I think it's appropriate that I am.
Okay, that's
I
fine.
don't know if it's a birthday wish or anything like that, but it's appropriate for me to be there.
Okay, and then I think we have dual contact there. And I'm just going to put Commissioner Lloyd and County Attorney's Office, and we'll allow our county attorney to either take that himself or appoint a deputy attorney. You okay with that, Danny? Thank you. Let's move on with joint airport. I believe the joint airport also involves in that MOU. I will reference Mr. De Leon, but I believe that's Rock Springs and Sweetwater County. And is it also the city of Green River? I don't.
On the airport?
Yeah, on the airport MOU.
Not right now.
Not right now. So here's what I'm thinking about that is for the airport, Green River has put Mayor Rust on there along with somebody because there is that consideration from the past they were working on. So we'll wait for Rock Springs, but I would ask from Sweetwater County who would like to be the liaison through this interagency committee. Who's our liaison? You're the regular liaison for the airport board? Okay, so we'll put, are you okay with that one, Commissioner Toman? And of course, there may be some time down the road as that MOU changes, we'll have to involve our representation from the county attorney's office as well in that. So, and that basically will cover the conversation of finishing up that presented MOU when they were looking at bringing Green River back into it, if we all recall. Joint telecommunications, I believe Commissioner Shanefield, you've been, okay, is that something you still want to stay with this group? Okay. And we'll look to the cities and Green River for that. A centralized inventory for the county, that partially is going on and starting already. And I know Marty's a big part of that. Let me grab my, I should just grab my liaison list for us. I know for purchasing, we have Marion Lauren. If, do you want to continue with that, or would you like another commissioner to step in with that centralized inventory, working with those? I'm going to leave it up to you. Either one of you would like to have it? I'm okay with it. Okay, Mayor. Okay, Commissioner Toman.
But I think we need to involve the staff, because I reached out to
Very good point.
Marty.
And that's why I mentioned Marty. She's already got it going. So they'll,
Right.
as you see with Green River, they've got Mira involved because she does their accounting and purchasing. So I think you need to include staff. Now, the one thing I will encourage, and you are the liaison or the contact, however you want to call it, but if you need a staff member, you need to feel comfortable to get them. Just let Sally know so we can put them on the sheet, and that can change anytime. Okay, go ahead, Mary.
Then we should probably back up to airport. Shouldn't Brubaker be on that for the county?
He'll be on it anyhow,
Okay.
representing the airport with their board.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll be part of it. Yeah, so, yes, he won't be left out, rest assured. But in the conversations with those groups, that's where that'll be. The other reason on the airport, I'm glad you brought up, is remember, right now, they're in the middle of looking at a special district. So they may put a hold on that, on our intergovernmental committee meetings until that special district legislation ends up wherever. Does that make sense? We're in the infant stages with this intergovernmental group. So we're kind of in a flex. Everything's got to be somewhat soft, nothing in concrete, best way I can put it. Okay, so centralized inventory, and then Commissioner Toman, you know, you can involve Marty and she'll want to. Then I'll take a look at the next one of fire. I think that's going to be a pretty heavy lift, and I know Commissioner Smith and I are on the liaisons for it. I'm more than willing to step up with that one, but I'm also willing to, based on some of the conversation I heard earlier regarding fire, I'm also willing to let any other commissioner, if they feel real strongly they want to be part of that conversation. I'm leaving it open, but I'm more than willing to be part of that group. So does anybody feel a real need that that's something they want to jump into?
Mr. Chairman, I think that fire also could potentially fall under duplication of services if we're looking at combination. So I don't know how you want to separate that out, but we need to keep those communication lines open.
And I think I agree with you. And when we get down to duplication of services, we can talk a little bit about that too. But yeah, I think realistically, the end box is going to be something that could cover any one of them previous. I think our end goal is to take a look at services in all arenas and see what's are duplicated and how we can do them better as a combined group. Okay? So I'll put myself down for fire unless somebody really, really wants it. Animal control. I know that comes out of the sheriff's office and they do some of that work. Green River put Councilman Berg on it. Does anybody have a real desire? If not, I'll do it. I'll do anything nobody else wants to do. I'll just say that. So don't,
You got an ambulance?
huh?
You got an ambulance then?
I'll do whatever you want me to do, bud.
I'll take
It
that.
was my idea to bring all these interagency things together. And so if you look at me and say, hey, it's your idea, you take care of it, I'll do it. I ran on it. So
I'd be willing to take that.
you want to do the animal, Roy? Animal control?
I'll take that dog and pony show.
All right. Okay, solid waste district and recycling. That's basically, I believe, outside areas, Green River wants to talk about becoming a part of it, but recycling is also an issue and that type of thing. So does anybody want that in the worst way, or I'll do it? Okay, I'll take it. Water and sewer, I don't know. I guess maybe where some of these are coming from, and you'll see me do it tomorrow night. I will look to whoever submitted these to explain them. Most of these we're dealing with that we're covering today come out of Rock Springs. So I'll have a conversation with Mayor Como tomorrow and ask him to please take the lead on some of these to explain what they're thinking. But if necessary, who would like water and sewer, or do you want me to take it?
Some of these I'd like to know what
Yeah.
the goal is before jumping
Okay,
in.
let's do this. If you want to leave this one open until we know more tomorrow night, and then I'll say, hey, for the county, somebody will have to jump in, but if I don't hear anybody, I'll take it. Or even better yet, I'll just say, put my name on it, but if you really want it, you can talk to me and we can switch. Nothing's in marble. Is that fair with us? Okay, so at this point in time, we'll just leave it open. Duplication of services. I think this is something that's many have heard coming even out of our own core government. And I think we have people working in the county that are very good and astute and have some great ideas. So I think this not only may become a topic for just county, but it may be a topic, it will be a topic to include the cities and towns, and it could engulf, like I said earlier, fire. I don't know where ambulance is going to end up, but we'll just sit there. Purchasing, everything. So with duplication of services, you got the administrator from Green River as well as Mayor Rust. I want to, I really think we need a name on there, but I also think we may want to consider, because some of us have had some great conversations coming out of HR here in the building. And so whoever it is that steps into that, I would really like to see us as far as considering having a somebody from one of our department heads coming out of our HR to help with that. It gets some historical value. Go ahead.
So I think Roy and I have both had good conversations with Gary around a lot of this. And I don't know, I think it would also be helpful if we have, this one I think is going to be probably one of the biggest ones because it encompasses so much. But I'm willing to jump in and do some of that. I'd like to include Commissioner Lloyd in that, and if Gary's willing to as well.
So based on that, I would just say you and Roy be the liaisons, and then after we hear more tomorrow night, I think we can include that. Decide it based on what we hear to include Gary. But then I also think it's a real strong issue as we look at our budget and stuff. And I would encourage both of you to work with Gary and start as part of a small strategic plan of how it is we can, in county core, be more efficient and put services together. Gary's sitting out here in the audience. Gary, would you be willing to help us with that? He gave us thumbs up. Commissioners, does anybody disagree as commissioners? We're basically saying it's time to move forward and be efficient. And we're going to start looking at it officially, not just talk about it. All right, I see the nods ahead. You okay? We're going to move forward. So that takes care of that. For tomorrow night, for review will be Roy and Lauren. Be flexible. Now remind you to tomorrow night for the intergovernment meeting, it is a county commissioner meeting workshop. We'll have to be called to order. We'll have to have a motion to suspend Robert's rules. So just so you know, so we'll need a quorum of commissioners involved tomorrow night. Thank you. Anything you want to add on the intergovernmental for tomorrow night?
There was one more, Doc. You had
Oh, did I
recreation
miss
on
one?
the back.
Oh, recreation. All right. I would like to wait till tomorrow night for this one. I am very privy of a unique situation that's going on in Sweetwater County, working with the state parks and Wyoming Outdoor Rec. Until the stakeholders have been contacted and committed to it, it's pretty hard for me to say too much about it right now, because I think once we get that commitment, I'll be able to talk more about it. So with the the recreation one, please put me down, and more good to come. That's all I'm going to share right now, but thank you. That was a good catch. I appreciate that. Okay, with that, anything else for intergovernmental joint meeting?
Mr. Chairman, I'll be in Casper tomorrow, so I'll be joining via Zoom.
Okay. And for those of you to know, the meeting's going out of this room tomorrow night, not city council. So if you welcome at home, Zoom it, or wherever you're at, or come into the chambers. I will be here. And then again on Friday at noon, I'll be here, 12:15 for WCCA. Okay, moving on.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Commissioner Tolman.
for this meeting, are we going to have expectations or consensus on what direction we're going to take? Are we going to come up with priorities?
Okay.
We can't just meet and
No.
talk.
Okay, here's tomorrow. If you haven't had a chance to look at the agenda for tomorrow night that was sent out by Sally, on that agenda, I've put some talking points on what the committees should do, with the idea that anybody who looks at them can also add anything to them. I do not believe to meet just to meet. I think the direction is for those committees to select a lead person for that committee who will set the meetings and do the work based on not only what I would ask that be looked at tomorrow night, but also that's on the agenda, but also anything else. And the big part about it is we'll cover that tomorrow night. I don't have it in front of me right now, but I know it's there.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
And you have to, as commissioners, look at that. And if you see something needs to be added, give it to me. It's in draft. It's a beginning document. But no, and I'll talk with the mayors tomorrow at noon too. All right, thank you. Yes, it's on the S drive too, under packets for this month, special meeting. Thank you, Sally. Okay, anything else there? All right, next thing. Miss Berry, I see you're on with us. Thank you for joining us. First of all, for the next board meeting, an agenda item for you to look over the budget schedule. Is that correct?
Yes, I will come up with a tentative schedule and I will present it at the next board meeting, the second one in February. And at that point in time, you can make any changes that you want to the schedule. I do understand we are doing things a little bit different this year. So I definitely would like to get your input on that before we set the schedule.
Thank you, Bonnie. Also, if there's any special information any commissioner may need, you'll be able to provide that, any information that you don't already have.
Absolutely. If there is any budget information that you want at all, please let me know. I cannot read your minds. So I try to make it short and simple so that it's not so overwhelming. But if you want more detailed information, I would be more than happy to provide that for you. So please do not hesitate to ask me for whatever budget information you would like.
Thank you, Bonnie. Questions for Bonnie, commissioners? Okay, with that in mind, Bonnie, I'd like you to still stay tuned with us because now we're going to pull off the list of funding partners that we have through core government, through outside agencies and component units. And we're going to divide those up. And the consensus or the thought was at the last meeting is probably 2 commissioners, could be 1 maybe, but no more than 2, to meet with different individuals or groups. And we want to divide that up and assign commissioners to it. I'm basically I shared with you the list that we went over to divide them up. So I think you know what list I'm using. I passed the list out to commissioners and they're looking at it and that type of thing. So with that in mind, I'm going to give the floor to any one of my commissioners. First of all, on the first page, we have basically Core County. And what's listed is the top one is commissioners. And then everything listed below them through Veterans Service are basically the departments that work, that the commission has oversight of. And then from county assessor down to county treasurer, they are basically, they're elected positions. And of course, elections is part of county clerk. So taking a look at those 2 groups, commissioners, how would you like to divide them up? Or would you like to leave them together or to start visiting with them about budgets? And the idea behind budgets, if I remember correctly, is we're primarily looking at our funding partners as to details of how they're spending money that the county provides them. We are not into anything else of their budgets. Is that agreeable, commissioners, or am I stating something that's out of line? I'm seeing some heads nod. I'm seeing no shaking, so let's move forward. Commissioners, how would you like to divide up that first page? Let's start with elected officials. Go ahead, Commissioner Lloyd.
Yeah, just looking at that first page, I know we're talking about elected officials, but I kind of just grouped them together because like Gene has like 6 of the first, items under him or 5 is what it is. But there's a total between you look at it because when we talk to Gene, we can talk road and bridge, we can talk all the departments. Just for knowledge, it looks like there's 32, 34, 45 total entities that we'll have to review. So as we divvy that out, just know that what the fair portions would be per person kind of concept. Even though you get Gene, you get half the half of the organizational chart. It is just a 1. So
yeah, agreed. So thoughts? Go ahead, Commissioner Shanefield.
I don't know if there's necessarily like an area that per se I'd be like, oh, I should be on that one, or oh, I want to review that one. I think we could just divvy them out based on department head, or like he said, if Gene's got 6 of them, then somebody take Gene 6 and meet with him and go through all of them, and same with the others.
Okay, thoughts? That's one way to go. Anybody? What else is we thinking? Mary, you okay with that?
Well, I'd like a little thinking from the department heads. I don't know if they're willing to express opinions, but I mean, do you have any ideas on how we could maybe approach that? Maybe that's putting too much on the spot. I don't know.
Well, let them think about that, and let's go to Bonnie. I know I didn't put you on the spot when we talked, Bonnie, but there's some question of how to divide them up, and I don't know if you've given any thought to it.
As far as the elected officials go, or
Well, let's start with the department heads.
I think probably the most appropriate way would just be the liaison, whoever the liaison, because they already have that discussion and communication with them anyway. I think that would be the easiest way to do it. Same with the outside agencies as well. I think it's just a matter of the elected officials and dividing those ones up.
All right, thank you for that, Bonnie. Does that help you out, Commissioner Toman?
Not really.
Not really, no. All right, we'll go back to department heads. Gary, you're the only one. Well, I see Jean here.
I can't tell a lie.
I know it. Don't do it either. Don't tell a lie. Gary, your thoughts?
No, I mean, we don't care. I mean, we're to share the information with the whole board, or individuals, and I think it's great that I probably agree with Bonnie. It's probably simplest for some of these to start with either one or both of the liaisons. Yeah. I think that's the simplest. We don't have to recreate the wheel. So.
Okay, thank you.
I think somebody suggested that
Yeah,
previously,
I do too. I do too. I think you did.
but I thought it was not desired.
Well, yeah, I remember the last meeting. It was suggested.
Okay.
The one other suggestion would be for the elected officials and for the department chairs would be just have one joint with elected and one joint with department chairs. I don't know, just food for thought.
I like liaisons, and then as far as elected officials, and just kind of
Do it.
divvy that up. Yeah.
Okay, liaisons for, so if we look through our list, Roy and everybody, let's quickly look at it and see how it shakes out tied to liaisons. Is that okay?
Mr. Chairman, I was just, I don't know, instead of us divvying it out, would it make sense to have Sally look through and kind of try to do it evenly and then send an email out to all of us?
Well, okay, now,
Was that a Roy suggestion previously?
I'm good with that.
Okay.
I'm just trying
Well,
to
let's-
minimize us like having to go through each and every one. I don't think it really matters. I think
No.
as long as we have it evenly divided, that it is what it is.
That sounds pretty good.
okay, you want to,
Well, you didn't ask Sally.
Sally, no.
Are we supposed to?
Sorry, Sally.
Would you like commissioner help with that?
She'd probably rather do it.
Oh, you can do it? Okay, all right, so we're good, right now, the list has been moved to Sally, and she's gonna divide it up equally and put some of them, one commissioner or two commissioners to certain ones.
I'd say one.
Good.
One? Okay, one, okay, everybody?
I was gonna say, except the county attorney, we need 5, because otherwise we're gonna get out
Well-
argued if there's just one.
And you
so.
get, you got your, for your department heads or your county departments, you have two commissioners as contacts, so you can work together on that, because that's probably the biggest part of it. Okay, let's try that. It's different. Let's see what it does, and we'll all pitch in together and make it happen. Is that okay?
So the goal is to be really nice to Sally until these assignments are done.
Well, and it would be nice to, as soon as possible, get them, because the sooner we get to work, there's a lot of work to be done. All right, sounds good. Sally, we'll take care of that item. Okay, anything else under other for the commissioners? All right, with that, we'll move on. Our next agenda item is an executive session. It'll be personnel. And we'll have Mr. McLean and Mr. Ermosby. Also, we'll have real estate. That will include Mr. Legursky, Mr. McLean, and then also contracts. And I think that will include the sheriff, Deputy Tipton, Deputy Love, also Mr. Legursky, and we've got our attorneys. So I think that's about it. I don't think I've missed anything. All right, so with that, I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Got a motion to go into executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed, same sign. We will go into executive session. I can't tell you at this time whether there will be any action to be taken afterwards, so you just have to wait and see. We'll have executive session